Hello, everyone, and thank you for watching the final part of our Tell Me Why playthrough. This one will be covering a few things that I'll get to in a second. But if you missed the previous two parts, the first half of part one was streamed on Twitch, and then due to copyright reasons, had to be removed. And so this is actually our first exclusive YouTube-only series. So everything that you've seen in previous parts, other than that first half of part one, has been pre-recorded, and this is no different. Now, at the end of part two, we went through all of the collectibles we had unlocked so far, which was, I believe, all but 5 of the collectibles. So we also had gone through one of the fairy tale stories. I guess they're fairy tales. From the book of the Goblin book. So in this video, we get through all of chapter 3, and then we also go through all of the stories other than the one we already did and the remaining collectibles that we did not go through in the last chapter. So I don't bore you guys, that the collectibles stuff and the story stuff is after the game. I didn't know this at time of recording the first chunk, and so the first 10 minutes here are going to be a bit chaotic. There will be another cut in to let you guys know when the original part of the playthrough was going into reading the stories, and that part will be cut out and put at the end of the video. And then I think collectibles after that. I haven't gotten to recording those bits yet. But anyways, with that in mind, I hope you guys enjoy this final part of our Tell Me Why playthrough.
Hello everyone, and thank you for watching. Today we are going to be finishing Tell Me Why playthrough in chapter 3 of Tell Me Why. Last time we completed chapter 2, and now we will be continuing, and it will start chapter 3. If you did not watch the ending of chapter 2, I will give a brief reminder that we will be reading the stories from the game once we are playing and able. So keep that in mind, and let's just jump into it. DLC detected. I sure hope it does. Okay. That may have been the worst accent I've ever done, and that's coming from the person that gave everyone a new accent almost every time when playing Pokemon Violet. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna get through the opening, and then we're gonna read. In recording session time, of course, I'm not gonna beat this today, but in video times, this is the last video, guys. So check it
Once
out.
upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, crafty goblins faced the truth about the darkness in the big wooden house.
It had come for the wise princess, driving her mad and causing her to attack them.
When they started asking questions about the princess in the darkness, the goblins realized that no one else in the forest wanted to know the truth.
Who's that?
So they dug and searched and asked hurtful questions, learning more about the wise princess than they had ever hoped to.
But the search took its toll. The darkness was proving too much for Sister Goblin, and yet Brother Goblin kept diving deeper and deeper until Sister Goblin finally said, "Enough."
And that was how the goblins found themselves separated again, hurt and confused, with so many unanswered questions and too many open wounds.
This boulevard of broken. Okay, it's the opening bit. And now we get Allison sleeping.
Allison, wake up.
Creepy. I was gonna say who was to sleep in a sweater, but Alaska. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. The hell? I had a dream. My mom was littering.
You killed me.
Are they insinuating she's gonna start going a little off her rocker? Is there another fire? Oh, she's still dreaming, ain't she? Yeah. And it's her under the hood.
She could only go forward and find a new place for herself in this world, where she was no longer truly a princess in a tiara and a beautiful gown, but a wan woman alone in a deep and ancient wood.
Stu. He's meowing. This might be their shortest recorded bit. If he's meowing, I think he's meowing. Oh my god, I guessed it.
You killed me.
You killed me!
What the hell? Chapter 3, Inheritance. Oh, they're finally getting some money? After murdering their mother? No. It wasn't murder. It was self-defense. Probably. Oh, this is probably copywritten. We're gonna talk a little bit over. I guess we're singing very poorly over the music, even though it looks really nice and it sounds really good. And I think I actually know this song, and I would like to be able to focus on it. Yes, I do know this song. It's one of those ones that plays occasionally on my stations that I never see the actual artist name or song title. Anyways. Squeeze me. Oh my god, my spouse is sending me videos of cats. Why? Why is my spouse sending me videos of cats? This is good. This is a good cat video. The Grave Rising. Good vid. Hunger for what? Sorry, I'm reading the text in my mind and then responding. Okay. Allison's into bed and she's sad and she's looking at pictures of things. What things would you ask? The youth things, and then she tries to drown herself. Do people do that? Okay, no, I mean, like, I know people do that, but oh, wow, she's actually trying to... Do people put their face underwater to freshen it up? I was always a splash face person. Anyways. If all of that was muted, I'll probably record a bit over it, but meat is what my spouse wants. Oh, shit. We're playing the feud. Okay, what does this say? Morning, I started collecting the documents you need for your rental application. Left a file for you on the downstairs on the kitchen counter. If you're still coming to meet Dee for lunch, you can drop off the documents and I'll make some copies for you. Take it easy today, Uncle Eddie. My famous backup buckwheat waffles are slowly growing cold in the kitchen.
He's right. Time to get my shit together.
Is it just the letter when I hit examine? No. There's also
I
this.
guess I'll have to start fresh with these in Juneau.
Anything else? Pictures?
I could use a Michael pep talk.
He's dating your brother
Never
now.
imagined Uncle Eddie was hiding so many things from me.
She's having a bit of a crisis. Okay, I'm gonna hit pause on the recording. Because food is happening now. I'll be right back.
Hey all, interjecting Mel here. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the video. If you skipped that for the gameplay stuff, just maybe go back and watch that for an explanation of why I'm cutting in here. But yeah, this is originally where when I came back from my mini food break, I came back and started reading the stories. So everything from there onwards is going to be towards the end of the video, whereas everything from after reading is what you're going to be seeing next. So just keep that in mind, and I hope you guys enjoy. Okay, we are back. For you guys, again, it's been just a few seconds. For me, I think it's been like almost a month. It's August now. At time of recording. Look, reading everything burnt me out. Oh yeah, I guess we would have just cut back in from the explanation that we read everything. But yeah, it's like an hour to an hour and a half of reading. Anyways.
Wish I could just book a one-way ticket to the other side of the world.
I think I did all this stuff already. But I don't think I came in here.
I could do my laundry. There's not enough concealer in the world to erase the night I had.
Okay.
Good to know I look just as bad as I feel.
Okay. Go to the door. I can't turn the radio off, huh? The record? Record. Okay. Well, hopefully the copyright doesn't fuck me up. As long as I keep talking, right? Should be fine. Should be fine if I keep talking, right? Alright. Okay.
I miss the slopes. Eddie looks so young here. The days have gotten so short. It's gonna be a long winter.
Okay. Let's go down the stairs. Oh. How do I do this again?
I should probably eat something. God, I feel so weak.
Right trigger. Okay.
So many months of snow boots ahead.
Hey, so food's that way.
I always loved this one.
So I'm gonna go this way.
Eddie looked pretty concerned when I came home last night. I should have talked to him about what happened, but what the hell was I supposed to say?
What's that?
I don't think I know any Claires in Delos Crossing, but I shouldn't be snooping in here.
Gonna save that for later just in case. Can I Okay. The less chance of copyright, the better. And if we just cut in. Yeah, I'll turn the music back on after this section.
I haven't heard him play in a while. It just sits there collecting dust.
Fucking mood.
A secret keeper in her secret keep. Maybe there's something in the Book of Goblins that'll help me figure this out.
Which one is this? This is Secret Keeper with this is where they got the voice.
Maybe there's something in the Book of Goblins that'll help me figure this out.
What? Yeah, probably. But it's just gonna let me examine. It's not gonna let me do a puzzle.
A secret keeper in her secret keep.
This was the first one we read, I think. Because it's the one that has the puzzle and the... Okay, cool. Yeah, it's got the numbers. Is it not just 130 again? Okay. Maybe I'm not supposed to be here yet. Okay.
That was a good memory, even though Tyler couldn't come. Eddie
All right.
must have been back and forth to Juneau all the time to these shows before he got stuck here taking care of me.
Oh my god. She is in
Still
a
can't
mood.
believe Eddie never told me he was paying for fireweed. I'm glad he never pushed me to change my last name.
Like, it's one thing to be depressed over
Familiar,
everything that's been going
What is
on right now. And it's another thing to be like, this is going to make
So many
everything
months of
that's
snow
ever happened
boots
in my
ahead.
life be miserable. Seen it in
He
a
doesn't
miserable
like this kind of
instant.
attention, but he really does so much for the community.
Yep.
I need to get all that paperwork together. I wish Eddie's mom could have taught me how to do this. I can't really eat anything right now.
You literally just said you had
Here's
to.
the file. Just need my ID and pay stubs. Okay.
We were family, Allison. How could you do this to me?
Oh, cool.
Fuck. I've got to think about something else. Focus. ID and pay stubs.
Maybe my ID's in the drawer. No. Maybe my ID's in the freezer.
Maybe if I make something for Dee, it'll help calm me down. I should have let myself enjoy these trips more.
Yeah.
Eddie says there's a plant for every pain, except heartache.
Whew.
I so don't want to go back to the station. Not after yesterday. Must be great to feel like you belong somewhere. Anywhere.
ID.
Ah, here's my ID.
Ah, where I left it.
This place was never much more than a bachelor pad, huh? There was so much I planned to do. All those sacrifices I made. And how do you repay me? Lying to my face? You're not my child. My clan deserves better.
Okay.
Oh, stop it, Allison. You have to stop torturing yourself. Just grab your pay
Honestly.
stubs so you can get the hell out of here.
But first, the change. It'll be useful later. You never
What
know.
if I just packed a bag and left? And never looked back? I
She
almost wish
is
the house had burned
in
down
a
last night,
depressed state.
and I'd never have to see it again.
Because, yeah, no, that's a mood. God, it's been a bad
The world feels so fucking small right now.
year.
I've got to find a way to get out of my head.
Been in that space a lot of times in my life, but quite a bit recently, too. A lot of stress. Anyways.
Allison, please. It's a damn shame.
Come on, Allison. Don't start.
Start.
I wish I thought shooting some hoops would help me forget all this. I wonder what Michael would think about all this. Would he even get it? I don't feel
Maybe.
like listening to anything right now.
Well, that's why we turned the music off.
I wish you could just change your mood as easily as a record.
Probably not healthy.
The paperwork's not down there.
Okay, good to know. Pay stubs. Pay stubs maybe up here.
I told him I wanted to stop messing with those memories, but he wouldn't listen.
Brother, sister, we look out for each other. That's what you said. But you don't mean what you say, do you? They're just words. You left me, Allison, all alone and scared.
Cool.
What the hell is wrong with me?
Telescope. God, to be in a place without light pollution where a telescope would actually fucking work.
Now would be a good time to stop smoking and maybe do a detox for 12.
She actually keep her pay stubs? What is that?
God, where is it?
I mean, if you know you need your pay stubs, obviously, but
Not here.
I guess I do know a few people who like meticulously keep all of them. Not mean to examine. Is that them though? No, that's, what am I talking about? Dumb. Drawer? Drawer?
Not here.
Okay. Ah.
Here they are. Okay. I think I've got everything I need for the application.
Maybe the coin will help with the, what is this? Yeah. Maybe the coin will help with the box?
Where's that coming from? Where did I leave my phone last night?
Basement?
Allison, help!
Allison, please.
The Mad Hunter. What's wrong with me?
I don't think there's any reason my phone would have ended up here.
No. But can we do anything with this now that we got a
Secret
coin?
keeper in her secret keep.
Aha! See?
No way. It worked.
Aha! Okay. It's storming outside, so I hope the power don't go out. But thankfully, if the power ever does go out while I'm recording, I believe that these save up to the recording even if I don't hit stop, because I do MKV files. Never tested it. Should probably test it. Like, start a recording and then shut down the computer without stopping. Or maybe force close the program would maybe work better. I don't know. That your ma. Can't tell.
My dove.
Yes, okay.
Only thieves and monsters hide in the dark. Fly back to the light, Allison.
What the?
Okay, but where's your fun?
No. I cannot deal with you right now. Oh, my phone. I need to find it.
Oh, is that the upstairs? Okay. But clearly it's over there, so we're gonna check over here real quick. Okay, let's actually get it.
What's it doing here? Hey, Dee.
Finally. I was starting to get worried. Why didn't you pick up?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't have my phone on me.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure we were still on for lunch.
Yeah, of course. I'm getting ready right now.
That so? Because it kind of sounds like I woke you up.
That's just how I sound. But anyways, I still have a few things to do before I can leave, but I'll be there.
All right, hun. See you soon.
Okay.
Get it together, Allison. Come on. Grab the file, get dressed, and head out. Or it'd be nice to make a gift for Dee. Eddie can't cope with getting rid of any of Carol's stuff. I've been pretty grinchy about Christmas since I came here. Eddie tries so hard. You should have taken care of yourself first, Marianne. We deserve this. Is a totally different life.
Okay.
I've got enough time.
Let's do it. Do I get to pick? Or is it just gonna carve something random? I guess not random, something pre-chosen. You know what I mean. Wonder if this is going with the music. Probably. But until we leave the house, no music on. It's a wolf head. Or coyote. Look more like a wolf.
Ugh, the paint smell in here is kind of overwhelming.
Yeah. Oh, or maybe it's just a regular old dog.
I miss you, pup.
Okay.
Eddie's been too busy to fish lately. I know he's missing it.
Let him fish. As if, like, she's the one that's...
Tyler and I should bike around the lake when we've patched things up.
That's good. That's a good step to recognize that you want to patch things up and do things.
Morning.
Hey, Allie.
Hey. Hi, guys. What are you doing here?
Tessa and I were worried after you called in sick last night. She's busy at the cafe, but she sent over some coconut cake, since you won't be making it in for lunch.
That's nice, Tom. Thanks.
I'm gonna head on inside. Freezing my butt off out here.
Okay, thanks.
Is Tyler not around today?
We had a fight. I think we just needed to get out of each other's hair for a little bit.
I'm sorry to hear that. You were so happy he was coming home.
Oh, it's okay. We'll get over it.
I really hope so. So, Tessa told me a little bit about what happened at the cemetery.
How dare.
I'm sorry it got so intense. It's just, we really needed to understand why Marianne did what she did. Especially Tyler.
Oh, of course, of course. She gets that. You two didn't say anything she wasn't already thinking. She spent years blaming herself.
Well, she wasn't the only one involved. There was a lot of blame to go around.
I'm glad you're able to see that. It seems like your brother, well, he's not nearly so forgiving, is he?
He has been pretty harsh. Especially on Eddie. But we both got tired of people lying to us for our own good.
Yes, of course. Totally reasonable. Though, I am sorry you're the one taking all the repercussions. I heard about the fight with your uncle. I really hope your brother appreciates your sacrifices.
He will. I mean, he does. I'm sorry, but I'm pretty beat.
Oh, of course. I'll let you rest. Tell Michael there's no need to hurry back.
Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Tom.
Bye now. Take care.
Sorry for abandoning you out there. Pro tip? Avoid catching a ride with Tom at all cost.
Did he talk about the new spicy chocolate bars?
Yep. And exactly what they do to his digestion.
What's up with him? Not sure I've ever seen him so eager to help.
I think he and Tess are legitimately concerned. Plus, door-to-door is part of campaigning, right?
Yeah, I guess. I'm glad you're here, Michael. Thanks for coming.
Coffee and a friendly face is just what the doctor ordered, right?
I just feel like cuddling up in front of the TV all day. Maybe finally binge that last season of Witches of Eldom.
Then do it.
I gotta drag my lazy ass out to have lunch with Dee.
Oh,
I don't know about you, but I just really need to get out of Delos Crossing.
Well, we're on our way soon, right?
Right. I don't know. I've just got this feeling it's gonna fall through and I'm gonna be stuck here.
I know
forever.
that feeling.
That's not happening.
Got the fuck
It's not a
out.
plan.
Yeah.
Help yourself to some waffles if you want. That's Eddie's way of saying I'm worried about you.
Oh, that's cute. But I had a ridiculously huge breakfast, so I'm good. Allison, what's going on?
Tyler and I had a fight last night.
Your
I was so
boyfriend
excited
and I
to have
had a
him
fight
back, but
last night.
what if 10 years was too much and we're too different?
I don't think so. You just need to get to know each other again. Start with the small shit. Figure out what each other's favorite foods are, you know? And then build up to the big stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The last few days have been a lot. It's totally okay to be overwhelmed. You're gonna figure it all out. Families are fucked up. They're basically fuck-up factories.
You're right. I just need to relax.
So, maybe this will cheer you up. I think I found the perfect place. Check it out. It's pretty cool, right? Deposit's a bit high, but it's got 2 large bedrooms and a view of the channel.
Honey, you're really going to give up our home to live in this ugly box?
I'm hearing shit.
Oh god.
Allison? Allison, look at me. Are you okay?
I'm just... I need to... I just need to sit down.
It's okay. I got you. What's going on?
Tell them about the memories.
God, everything? My anxiety's through the roof. I can't eat anything without getting sick. And,
Fucking mood.
and I've been seeing things. Memories. Of Marianne and me and Tyler when we were kids. And Eddie and... It used to just be stuff I'm pretty sure really happened, but... Now I see them everywhere. Shouting every shitty thought I've ever had about myself. I don't know how much more of it I can take.
That's intense. I'm sorry, has... anything like this happened to you before?
That was a long pause.
Right after Marianne died, I had a lot of panic attacks, but nothing exactly like this.
Come here, Allie. I hear you. Okay? I hear you.
I'm just gonna call this number
You
real
must think I'm
quick.
completely nuts.
No. I think you went through some really bad shit. You never saw anyone about it, right?
Yeah, I've looked into therapists a few times, but they're all so far away and so expensive.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I went through in 2011. I don't know if I'd still be here if I hadn't gotten help. You got that money coming in from the house.
For our apartment in Juneau. I don't want to bail on you.
Look, I know you hate letting people down, but you gotta put your own oxygen mask on first. I get that, and so does Tyler.
Thanks. I'll try.
Should be, depending on how much they sell the house for, it should be enough for both.
Tyler's crashing out there. Not sure if I'm ready to face him.
If you want, I could go out there, see how he's feeling, and if he's ready to talk. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe that could work. I hope he'll talk to you, though. He's never been the best at opening up to new people. You sure?
Yeah, of course. I don't mind trying if it might patch things up between you two.
Oh shit, I'm gonna be late for my lunch with Dee. I still need to change and stuff, but I can drop you off at the store if you want.
Sure, thanks.
No, Michael, thank you for listening. I mean it.
Let me just call this number just like every time she's like just not quite able to pay attention to the situation. He's just like leans over to his phone, starts dialing a little bit, and then she comes back. It's like, how, what? No, wasn't doing nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Hi, Dee.
Hey, beautiful. You okay? 'Cause, girl, you look like shit.
I haven't been sleeping well. But here I am. That's how much I love you, right?
Aw. Well, I appreciate us having a girls' lunch anyway. Just give me 5 minutes so I can finish off this paperwork.
Oh, no rush. I need to drop off some stuff with Eddie.
All right. Oh, help yourself to some cobbler. Mrs. Romero sent it over after I caught her flasher. It's in the break room. You better hurry before Greggs kills it off.
Mrs. Romero's cobbler? I'm on it.
I'll meet you in there when I'm done with this.
Okay. So we have.
At least we didn't spend the night here.
Okay.
What is Greg's up to with the security cameras?
He's finally getting around to doing the upstairs cameras. Was supposed to do it months ago.
This cobbler does look amazing.
Greg's been whining all day about his diet, but he's not fooling anyone.
Me check if there's anything on her. On her.
I hope Rosie's better soon. She must have something nasty.
It's called not enough budget for another voice actor.
Have new rules about civilians hanging around certain parts of the station. Reception booth is out of bounds. Sorry.
What did someone hack a computer or something? Like that was crazy.
I can't imagine having my mugshot taken right here in front of everyone.
Trust me, it'd be the least of your worries. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, Allie, but I really need to finish.
A kid-sized bandit? What a weird-ass case.
Okay. What if we're the male thief? Okay, cobbler.
Morning.
Hola, Miss Ronan.
Hey, Greggs.
Hey, Allison. What brings you here today?
Just needed to drop off some paperwork with Eddie.
Chief's busy right now, but you could leave him in his mail slot.
Ooh, these look like wild berries. Mrs. Romero must have frozen them over the summer.
Oh, yes, she takes her cooking seriously. Very seriously.
Hey, Greggs.
Going around in circles?
Nothing really. Ooh, these look like wild berries.
Get a plate.
Mrs. Romero must have frozen them over the summer.
Get a plate.
Oh, yes, she...
God, I hope no one got hurt.
Oof. Wash up a little bit? Or are we washing our hands to be able to get in on some cobbler? No, we're washing our face a little bit. And you're not gonna dab yourself
with me
dry?
this morning? So fucking fucking scary. I love the smell of this soap.
Have we been over here? Yes. Yes, we have. 'Cause it's just this over here.
You all right, kid?
Yeah,
fine.
just super tired.
Going on around in circles. Been over here. Okay. And upstairs we
Try not
go.
to hang out upstairs too long. Chief's orders. Sorry.
Understandable. Cheers.
Sounds like Eddie's busy. It shouldn't bother him.
1712 East State Street, Anchorage, Alaska.
I
995.
probably shouldn't eavesdrop, but... No more snooping. Uncle's in there. Whew, he's really letting that guy have it.
Just visiting family. My folks are younger.
Well, that's the old guy.
Probably drop the paperwork here. Eddie's gonna be busy for a while.
Name's Danny.
Up here? No. What are we sitting for? Mm-hmm. Wonder what that's about. Right. Okay. I think that's everything. So let's go back to D.
I wonder how Uncle's feeling about me moving away.
Ask
We
him.
haven't really talked about it.
Talk to your family.
Okay, how did you not immediately scarf this down?
You kidding? This is my third helping.
I dropped my stuff off upstairs, so I'm gonna go wait in the break room.
Okay, hon. I won't be much longer.
Okay.
Weather's getting colder day by day. I love it.
Thankfully, there was already a piece of cobbler on a plate.
Dessert for lunch. Pretty cool, right?
Pretty cool, yeah.
I've always had a sweet tooth. Got it from my mom.
What you reading?
Oh, about that dock strike and the trouble these folks are causing for everyone else. Ugh, I hate strikes. What is this, Paris, France? Come on.
It's the only way most people have to get anyone to listen. What are you having?
Trout pie and, black radish. I'm on a...
What are they talking about?
They're talking about none of your business, young lady.
A raccoon of all things. Not sure where he came from.
Oh. Probably hitched a ride on a boat up from the lower 48. Well, Dr. Torres,
I
it
can
seems
see
like
you're their
you
spy,
cracked the
right?
case of the mail.
Hey, Gregs. So, what's the criminal underbelly of Delos Crossing been up to lately?
Stealing mail.
Poachers, vandalism, a few memorable cases of public indecency. Nothing too serious, which is fine by me. Boring is good. Not like Juneau. My daughter's always begging to move there, but that is not happening.
Why? Juneau's awesome. There's like actual things to do there.
Drugs, that's why. Property crimes double the national average. People coming in all the time from God knows where.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, Gregs. Got any big vacation plans coming up?
We'll probably go up to Anchorage for Thanksgiving. Linda's sister lives up that way. But I'm also secretly planning a family trip to New York City for New Year's. Been saving for 2 years, and I got it all arranged under a fake email.
That's really cool. I'd love to go there someday.
And it's probably our last big trip before Lauren's off to college, so I wanted to make it count.
I'm sure everyone will have a great time.
Eat the pie. Whatever this is. I already forgot what it is. Doesn't exactly look like pie. Does look good though.
You were not kidding about the cobbler.
Cobbler.
This may be her best batch ever.
Right?
Okay.
Hey, Greg's. Never mind.
There we go.
Hey, sorry I kept you waiting.
No worries.
You'll never believe it. We caught the mailbox bandit.
Oh.
And guess who it was?
An animal? Like a raccoon, maybe?
Have you been eavesdropping in on official police business? Anyway, yeah, it's a raccoon. Delos Crossing's most wanted
was
turned
that
out to
a...
be some trash panda stowaway.
Okay.
And this is how legends begin.
Anyway, I'm so sorry to bail, but I gotta run this little guy to animal control now. Probably best I take a rain check.
Oh, it's okay. Totally, I understand. Duty calls.
Thanks.
Oh, I brought you a little something to make up for missing your birthday.
Is it a ring?
It's not much, but...
You're kidding. I love it. Did you make this? How did I get so lucky? Delos Crossing's not gonna be the same without you, girl.
Oh, come on.
Right, I'll call you later. And try to get some sleep, all right?
See ya.
Okay.
Well, there go my lunch plans.
Hey, your brother didn't tag along today?
No.
He didn't really want to show his face around here after the mess he made yesterday, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, how he went and broke into the archive room, then pretty much assaulted your uncle? Look,
assaulted?
We're all worried about you. This isn't the Allison we know.
The Allison you know?
Yeah, the sweet, smart girl who'd never hurt anyone on purpose. I know you two and the chief made peace, but I gotta say, it ate at him all day.
We did what we had to get what we needed.
All right, I just want you to be careful. I've been doing this for a long time, and people, they mostly don't change, even when we really want them to.
Look, I'm really tired. Can we not do this?
Allison, I like you. I really do. I've known you since you were a kid. You're honest, stable, you're not a troublemaker. Tyler, I mean, if he goes down, don't let him take you with him, okay?
I can't do this.
Oh, you okay?
Please just let me go. I need air. I need some air. Ty? Are you there? Tyler? Answer me, please. Fuck. Why is he ghosting me? God. I can't breathe. Please stop.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Okay. I've been here before. This will pass.
Is this a mini game? Gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry. The panic attack minigame, I was not expecting.
Follow the circles.
Oh, God. Okay, I don't know if there was a trigger warning for this in the game, but goddamn, there should have been. This is, I might need a second.
Just keep going. In and out.
I'm just trying to focus on the game, but the breathing's making it a bit... It's fine. Everything's fine. Just focus on... You know what? Let's take a second. Let's get that music back on, yeah? Everyone good? I hope everyone's good. As someone who's had a few panic attacks in their day, and especially, again, within the last year. Is that true? I guess it was a little over a year ago was my last one. Is that true? I've definitely had... There's that one that's weaker than a panic attack. Is it an anxiety attack? I can't remember. I've definitely had a few of those during the whole back shit. But there was shit beforehand that was causing some panic attacks for a few months. Ugh. All right, let's get back into it.
My heartbeat's slowing down. Hold on.
Thankfully, that was while I was still in therapy, which helped a lot.
I'm okay. I'm okay. What's happening?
Are you okay? Yes?
Are you fibbing?
I'm scared. I don't know what these people are gonna be like. Or when I'm gonna see you again.
We can still undo it. We can tell them what really happened.
No way. It's done. That's it. You're gonna be there to talk on the voice if I need you, right?
Of course. It'll almost be like we're still together.
It's time to get going now. Come on.
Wait, Chief. Just a sec. Hey, kids. I went back to the house and got a few things for you. I know how much he's meant to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Oh, kids, this is just goodbye till next time, okay?
This is gonna get me emotional. Fuck.
Allison? What are you doing out here? It's freezing.
I just
Yeah, it's Alaska.
needed some air.
What happened? What's wrong, little moose?
Oh, that's cute. Little moose. Sorry.
I think I had a panic attack.
It's gonna be okay. Let's get you inside and warmed up. Then we can talk about what happened.
It's all good. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Ugh.
I'm sorry. This morning has just been so... God, I'm embarrassed.
Don't be. You haven't had an attack in a while. What's going on?
I've just been so wrong. About everything.
Did Tyler say something to make you feel that way?
Oh my god.
No. It wasn't him. It was me. I failed him. Over and over.
From here, it looks like you've been busting your ass to help him.
You don't understand.
Allie, you've got so much weight on your shoulders. With Tyler coming back, and your big move, maybe it's time to ease off some of this other stuff that's clearly stressing you out.
If you mean Marianne, I can't. I owe it to Tyler to see it through.
Do you? I don't know why you've always blamed yourself for that. It wasn't your fault.
That's
It's
not
time to come
true,
clean.
Uncle. I was there.
You were 11 years old. There was nothing you could do. You can't go on letting it haunt your every waking moment. Look, you're not your mother, okay?
What do you mean?
I mean, something happened to her. Something bad. I don't know what it was, but it never left her. You can't make that same mistake. You gotta tell those ghosts to move on.
We're coming clean.
Uncle. It was me. I was the one who had the scissors.
What? What are you saying?
She was threatening Tyler. So I stabbed her. I killed her. I killed my mother.
But Tyler confessed.
Almost like a confession.
He went to fireweed.
Not always actual.
We lied
Actually.
to everyone.
Evidence sometimes.
No. How? How could you let him take the blame?
It was a mistake. I know. But we were in shock. Tyler wanted to take the blame. And I let him. But we should have told the truth.
Must have really hurt. Keeping that inside all these years.
I pretty much just bottled it up. And now it's all I can think about. Everywhere I look, she's there. I can't take it anymore.
You should have gone to fireweed.
It's not easy to admit something like that. Takes a lot of courage, Allison.
Handcuff, handcuff.
I should have seen it. I'm so sorry. None of this was fair to you two.
Okay.
Thank you, Uncle.
How are you feeling now? Any better?
Relieved, actually. And really tired.
Yeah.
I was remembering something earlier. I don't know if it even really happened. The day Tyler left for fireweed, did Sam come by with some of our stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He did.
How close were he and Marianne?
I don't know exactly. But he cared about her a lot. Her death really shook him up.
He was over at our house a lot, fixing things, chasing off animals. I know you didn't turn up anything about who our biological father was. But did you ever think it might have been Sam?
Oof. Well, your mom and him were close, so that's a possibility, but I never found any proof, no.
I should go talk to him.
Are you sure that's a good idea? You need to get some rest.
I have to do this. And not just for Tyler. For me too.
Okay.
I love you, Uncle. Thank you for everything. I'll call you later.
Say it back? Oh, that's not good. Oh, he's got to process some things. Oh, no. Ooh, boy, this is a heavy fucking game and a heavy fucking chapter. Holy shit. Are we still playing as Allison, or are we gonna be playing as Tyler? Still playing as Allison.
Okay. You can do this.
Can you? Can you truly? After this part, I might need to take a food break.
Good. He's here.
Here's my thing. There's probably a collectible out this way.
Tyler? Are you there? Okay. Guess we're still doing that.
Tyler, are you there? It's me. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Why am I tired? I even got to sleep in a little bit. Did I get to sleep in a little bit? I didn't get to sleep in.
Visualize the outcome you want.
I want an outcome of violence. No. Okay. Maybe there's not a collectible out here. I mean, again, I'm probably gonna just play after I beat the game and get the collectibles, last collectibles I need. Because there's, I guess, chapter selection for the chapters. So, like, this section would be one, the police station would have been one. So any collectibles I miss, I could just go back and grab. Is this just a lean? Okay.
Damn it. All right. Let's do this.
Oh. Got this.
Fuck it. Oh, Allie, Hello.
Hi, Sam. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Just got smoker's lung.
This article about ocean acidification is really unnerving.
What's that?
Oh, there's an article in today's paper about how climate change is ruining the ocean.
Yeah. Fish have gotten puny. Spotting fewer and fewer whales. I don't know where we're headed, but we sure as hell are.
Oh, I know this one. The introduction will be forever burned in my brain. Hey, an encyclopedia of astronomy. I have this one.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Real detailed.
I didn't know you were interested in astronomy.
Well, how are you supposed to navigate if you don't know your ass from Orion? Can't put any of the chain or the valve covers back on. So, did you need something?
I was hoping to, I actually wanted to check out your boat, is all.
Yeah. All right, here she is.
Impressive collection.
You want some? Take them. I don't really navigate anymore.
Oh, thanks. Whoa, that's a really nice sextant.
Oh, it sure is. It's a present from my old crew for my 30th birthday.
It's beautiful.
Well, it's mostly just for decoration these days, but I'm a big fan of doing things the old-fashioned way, you know?
Honestly, it's probably safer to always have one of those on hand just in case GPS goes down. Or any radar you maybe use it goes down.
We had a fight.
Bit of sibling rivalry, huh? Oh, you should have seen me and my little brother have at it. Right up till the end.
Guessing his brother passed
I
away.
haven't seen your boat in the water for a while.
Yeah, it was time for annual haul out.
Haul out?
Oh, yeah. You gotta get her up out of the water so you can fix up the hull. And I've been, missing some tools I need, so it's taking a while. So, how's she doing?
Huh?
You go to her diner sometimes, right? Your friend works there?
Oh, you're trying to ask me how your ex-wife is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. We ate at the diner the other night. She was there. She had just cut all her hair off.
Okay.
She always wanted to do that. How was she otherwise?
Laura's fine. She mostly gushed about Dylan's article in the Juneau Daily. Your son, Dylan.
I know who Dylan is. I just hadn't heard he... So, what kind of article?
Oh, something he wrote for one of his law classes? I'm not sure.
If this
Sorry.
is
Oh, it's no problem.
their dad, then
Just
Dylan would
ask him
be a
next time he
half
calls.
sibling. Dylan just shows up one day and has the voice. Um,
How's the house coming along?
Honestly, physically painful. It'll be a miracle if I don't throw out my back.
Let your brother do the heavy lifting.
So he can throw his back out? Not better. What are you doing?
My cousin Billy bought an old motorboat, but that fool drowned the engine taking her out. Yeah, I told him I'd fix it.
okay.
So, I was over at the station and I was thinking about some things.
Yeah?
You've known us for a while.
Your whole lives. You puked all over my slick denim button-up.
That's a nice memory. Having some trouble?
Can't get these nuts loose because my idiot cousin let them rust. I got a can of rust remover somewhere. If you come across it, pass it over, yeah?
Oh, sure.
Guessing it's this. Ooh, but maybe there's something we need it for before we give it to him.
No bananas on board? Really?
Damn right. It's not just superstition. This one time, this greenhorn brought one on board. Well, you wouldn't believe the day we had.
I'm listening.
Boat was 50 miles south in the Pacific. Our hold was full of the morning's catch. We started pulling in our nets when we got all tangled up in our propellers. Made the damn things useless. Stopped us in our tracks, miles off land.
So you blamed the banana and not the fact that you had a brand new crewman?
Bananas are bad luck, sure as hell. Every single time I throw a banana off board, the fish start biting.
All right, if you say so.
Here, have this.
Would this help?
Oh, thanks, Princess, but that ain't it. It's in a red can.
Not a princess.
Yeah, no. That's, going in a tick on the hoping not the dad. Goodness. We'll just take every can that I can.
Hey, Allie, could you check if I have rust spray somewhere in this mess?
How about this?
Huh? No, it should be on one of those shelves back there. Don't stress yourself out. I can work them for you eventually.
My God. Yeah, except I can't progress until we do this. Is it there and I have to examine? No. God damn it. It's on one of those shelves back there. I don't see Jack. I think you're crazy. You don't have any rust remover.
And the rust remover's in some sort of spray bottle. Should say sticky mechanisms on it.
So you called it a can, but now you're saying it's in a spray bottle. And it's red. Okay.
Damn it.
What happened?
I busted my finger with that stupid wrench. Grab me a gauze. Should be in that cupboard over there.
That cupboard over there. That cupboard. Cupboard over there. Over there at the cupboard. Cupboard over there. Over there is a cupboard, and that's where it should be. Oh. This looks like a cupboard. Hey, I found the spray.
I think I got some gauze in the cupboard next to the sink.
Sam? Are you our father?
Pretty sure you would
Figured
have
you'd
told
ask
you
me
by
that
now.
question someday.
Well,
I wish I was.
what the hell kind of answer is that?
I'm sorry, Ellie. But the man you're looking for, he ain't me.
Oh, okay. Guess I'll just take your word for it then.
Hey, you got no right coming in here getting angry at me for something I got nothing to do with.
But you two were so close. I know you meant something to her.
You honestly think I would have let you two grow up without a father? I may be a deadbeat, but I'm no coward.
But you must know something.
I truly don't. Your mama, she never... Look, we were just friends. I mean, take a look at old Sam. No woman like Mary Ann would ever think twice about a guy like me.
I'm so sick of this. I'm so tired of trying to unravel all of Mary Ann's fucking secrets. I don't understand her. I want to hate her so much.
don't even know who she was.
Come with me. I want to show you something.
You want to live. Is it a collectible? Is it a banana collectible?
Come in. Come in.
Oh. When was the... what'd you do on board?
Oh, I worked the deck. Started out doing maintenance. Collecting the garbage, cleaning the hull. Ranked up to navigation after a while.
Right, looking sharp, First Mate Kansky.
What's that now?
These pictures.
Oh, well, yeah, that was, long time ago.
Where all did you travel to?
Mostly worked the Southeast Asia route. Vietnam, Cambodia, around those parts.
Wow, I had no idea you were so worldly.
Well, I worked on a cargo, so I didn't get much shore leave. But, you know, there's really nowhere my legs feel as steady as on the deck of a ship, steering her toward a deep blue horizon.
It's a lot of dialogue. Okay. Open this goddamn window.
Much better.
Will this be important? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe.
Love this picture of your mama.
I'm sure you do. Give me a minute.
If it
Looking
gets
at
the
stuff.
house sold, it gets the house sold.
What's the problem? 199,000. What year was this game set in? 2015?
Hey, come have a look.
Why is there a burnt up pan in your garbage?
Oh, yeah, that. Might have fallen asleep cooking dinner.
Glad you're still with us.
Okay. Okay. Meal plan.
Love this picture of your mama.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
What's all this?
Here, I kept a few things. Your mother made that. Oh, she was a real artist, that one. Kind of like you.
Okay. That away.
I remember this. We got this on our trip to Juneau.
Uh-huh. She saved up for a whole year to make that happen.
Oh god, cursive. Okay. The ticket.
Swords and schemes.
Oh, I took her to see that for her birthday. She hated every second of it. Whole drive back, she talked about how it butchered the books.
Oh.
Did you like it?
Well, fell asleep before I even saw a sword.
What about a scheme? Ugh.
Look at these ones.
I'm looking.
She looks happy.
She was.
When was this? Why are you wearing a square hat?
Oh, yeah, that was when I finally got my captain's license. Mary Ann's the one who pushed me to get it. Made me wear that stupid hat when I went to take the oath.
Okay.
Huh. Yeah, Laura took this one. We'd been working on that barn for months. That roof was a son of a bitch to sheath. Rain just kept on leaking into the loft.
Wait, the barn has a loft?
Oh, yeah. You didn't know?
No, she didn't tell us. Is that a trap door?
Yeah. She had me close the whole thing up. Told her it was gonna be real hard to get any hay up there, but she said she didn't mind.
Do you know what's up there?
I could tell she didn't want to talk about it, so I respected that.
Dead bodies.
Well, we're gonna have to empty it out for the sale, so I guess we'll know soon enough.
Ellie, you really gonna go through with this? It's like I told you, that house meant everything to your mama. It's all we got left. You can't just throw it away.
Right here.
I'm sorry. I know how hard this has been on you. But you need to move on.
What's done is done.
Maybe it would help to talk to someone about it?
I ever tell you about the time I broke my leg? Shin bone snapped in 3 different places.
That's no fun.
It stuck on my ass for a month.
That's it?
No use to anybody.
Oh, why is this the Trigger Mel episode?
I was so down I couldn't even bring myself to get out of bed. But your mama, she has having none of that. She got me up one morning and drove me to a nice spot by the harbor. We watched the boats come in and out all morning. You can't let yourself be defined by the parts that are broken. That's what you told me. You gotta find a way to work with what you got.
That takes time.
Think about that a lot. Gotta remember.
Okay. I'm guessing that's that part done. Sheesh. Are you my daddy? Still think it's this guy that's been around.
Now, if you ever come back,
In each chapter.
I'm going to kill you!
Hey, Tyler? I've been looking all over the place for you. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Whoa, whoa. Hey, let's get you off your feet, okay? Come on.
You and your sister are crazy, man. Both having meltdowns. Must have been a really bad fight. Is that gonna... No, he's just gonna be there to listen, huh? Damn. No assumptions on why you're feeling
Listen,
like shit?
if you want to be alone, I'll go. But if there's
Put a
anything
ring
you
on
need
this,
to get
man.
off your chest, I won't snitch.
You saw Allison? How is she?
Yeah. I went back to check on her this morning. She was in a pretty bad way. Whatever went on between you two, it wrecked her.
Look, I don't want to drag you into this.
Well, I'm already in it, and you look like hell, so...
I just got a lot on my mind.
Well, I know one thing that's good for that. As a wise man once said, fishing is the cure to the wounds of the heart.
Oh, I didn't mean to press that.
I don't know if I'm in the mood.
No way. After all that talk, you're not backing down on me, are you?
Meant to press X.
I don't know.
Come on, we're burning daylight. Let's go.
Where are we gonna go?
Why go anywhere when we have a perfectly frozen lake right here?
Ice fishing in November?
Yeah. It got cold way fast this year. Climate change. That shit's gonna kill us. But hey, fish first. You can walk behind me if you're afraid, though.
You're actually serious?
I am a very serious man, Tyler. Let's go. We still have to get everything out
I
of the
don't
car.
believe that for a second, but I love it. I love the energy. I am
Stage is set.
starving, though.
It's showtime. Whenever you're ready.
You sure you don't want to go?
Nah. Look, no way I'm gonna rob you of your first catch in your own backyard.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm serious. I'm pausing the actual recording. I'm not even hitting stop and coming back. I'm pausing it. I'm gonna eat real quick, and I'll be back to record in just a few minutes. For you guys, just a few seconds. All right, I'm full of cheeseless pizza. Also, I didn't realize you can listen to these in here, so we can just go ahead and do the Secret Keeper.
The Secret Keeper is a traveling woman who buys and sells secrets. She stores all these secrets in the clouds because nobody ever looks up when they're searching for hidden things.
Okay. And now back to this.
Got everything you need, by the way?
Yeah, I'm good.
Man, I'm so gonna miss this.
Miss what?
Just hanging out and fishing and... You know, I'm not gonna have a lot of time after we move to Juneau with school and the JC and everything.
Right.
People underestimate how much time they have.
So did any of the people you came up with at Fireweed land in Juneau?
Oh, I'm not sure. Once they left, I never really kept in touch.
Really?
People came and went a lot. And besides, everyone moves on eventually, right?
Not everyone. Not people who get so close they're like family.
I already have a family.
Well, there's a reason we think of families as trees. They keep on sprouting new branches and...
Oh, hey, I think I've got a bite.
You got this. Reel them in.
Oh no, fishing minigame.
Come on,
Notoriously
pull up on the
either
rod.
really good or really bad at these. Oh, this is easy.
Reel them in. No, give it a nice pull.
I got it. Slip
Effort sounds.
Got it.
Bravo.
First of many.
Pace yourself. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
The plane's in the game.
Thanks, Sensei.
Oh, hey, did you want to make solid plans to hit the buzzard hole? The river might ice over soon, so we shouldn't wait too long.
Yeah, sure.
Sweet. I was planning to go Saturday. I'll pick you up on the way out.
Cool. I'll set my alarm to ass crack of dawn. You got anything good in there?
Maybe, but who says I'm willing to share?
Okay, fine, be that way. You have this whole fancy bag just for ice fishing?
You don't mix and match. Ever.
Jeez, you don't mess around, do you?
Told you earlier. I'm a very serious man.
All right, here we go.
Guessing there's going to be a few of these.
I'm here. Okay. Okay. How about them apples?
Nice job.
It's not an apple, that's a fish.
So, you weren't all talk.
Impressed?
I only see 2 fish in my cooler.
For now. So do you always drive around with an auger in your car?
It's not how it looks. Okay, I swear. I was already planning on going ice fishing with the family this weekend. I made a mistake of forgetting the auger once, so we had nothing on hand but an ice chisel. That'll scar a man for life.
Fair enough. So, what are you gonna make with what we catch?
Hey, you got me figured out. Slice of fresh fish, topped with garlic, pesto, walnuts, just a drop of olive oil. Pure perfection. As my partner in crime, you're entitled to a cut.
Works for me, partner. So, about last night. I don't know what Allison said, but from my side, well, I thought we were on the same page. But it turns out we weren't.
Hey, so don't tell her I told you, but last week your sister was almost unbearable. She was jumping up and down with excitement at you coming back.
Really?
You better believe it. Look, the last time you saw each other, you were kids. Just because things have changed doesn't mean you can't work it out.
I know. It's probably my fault. I really pushed her last night. I just don't get why she always has to run away from everything.
You blame her?
Avoiding the problem doesn't make it go away. She's so fixated on selling the house. It's like she's trying to bury the past. All of it. Even the good parts.
Look, I'm not picking sides here. Okay, but she's been murder house girl ever since it happened. Now she's got a chance to put it behind her and start fresh. Shit, I'd be pretty eager too.
I guess I didn't really think about that. I've been so focused on my own shit. It's been hard, you know? Figuring out how to live out here.
You mean outside of Fireweed?
Yeah. When I first got there, all I could think about was getting out. It felt like a cage. But after a while, it started to feel more like a shell. I figured out who I was in there. But now I've got to work out how to be that person out here.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, none of us really know what we're doing. Like, shit may look bleak now, but your sister's never gonna give up on you. And you can lean on me too.
She's never gonna let
want.
you down.
Just be
She's never
careful.
gonna run
okay?
around.
Got a bad left shoulder.
Or desert you.
I'll keep it in mind. Thanks for listening.
Don't mention it.
Yes.
Don't
yes,
you say
yes,
anything.
yes.
I got this.
Okay. Let's go.
Easy. Oh. Whoa. Bam. 3 out of 3.
Well played. I got nothing. That was clean.
Catch all 3 fish.
I'm a little disappointed. Can I ask you something kind of weird and maybe hard to answer?
Weird and kind of hard to answer my jam. What's up?
How'd you know you were ready to trust anyone enough to put yourself out there?
Okay. Yeah, that is a hard question.
Told you.
There's not really 2 ways about it. You gotta be willing to take a hit. Look, I stopped listening to the entire indie folk genre just because I was dumped at a show once. But I put myself back out there just like everyone who's ever gotten their heart stomped on. Because when you meet someone who really sees you, you don't have to pretend anymore.
And you're still interested in being that someone? Even after all the shit that's happened?
Hey, I've got baggage too. I think it's worth a chance. Don't you?
Yes.
I think we're in total agreement here.
Yeah?
Yeah. I get this feeling like I could say or do anything with you and it'd be cool. I feel safe.
You are. Because your sister would kill me if I did you dirty.
Yeah, she would.
So, doesn't look like you're catching anything with that. You want me to show you how it's done?
Go for it.
Cute.
Hey, you're missing the show.
What show? Just sunset? Kiss, 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 kiss.
You okay?
Let's go. Let's go. If it wasn't late at night, I would be going woohoo at the top of my lungs right now. Woohoo. Let's fucking go. That was adorable. That is what I needed right after the first 2 sections of the 3 sections? 3 sections of this game. Fucking PTSD attack. Fucking broken bones shit. Fucking depression.
So, yeah.
Yes, one way to put it. Hey, Allie. I think I'll just show myself out.
Okay, call me later?
You know I will.
That's a technical. That's a. Should I be afraid right now, or like what the fuck is going on? Should I be angry right now?
Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's totally fine. We were done anyway.
Catch anything?
Mostly ice, but yeah.
Tyler, I'm sorry for freaking out yesterday. All of this, it's just been really hard on me.
Don't apologize. I was being an asshole. We should have never pushed you that hard.
Come here. God, why did I miss you so much? It's only been a day.
I've been told I have that effect on people.
You dum-dum.
Show him the photo.
Okay, so I need to show you something.
What? You're kind of weirding me out.
It's been
Can
2
we
seconds.
sit down for a sec?
Pulls out the scissors. I kept them as a memento.
So, what is it?
I was just at Sam's. He's not our father.
How do you know?
I asked him, point blank.
I'm not surprised. Burning down the barn didn't really seem like a Sam move.
Yeah,
Yep.
I guess it was silly to suspect him in the first place. He'd never hurt Mary Ann's kids. There's something else. Look at this. This was taken in 1992 when Mary Ann first moved to Delos Crossing. See that ladder? Sam told me the barn has a loft. He helped her build it. Apparently she never told anyone about it.
And it's still there?
As far as he knows, yeah. What do you think? Should we give it a shot?
We've come this far. And a hidden loft? That's got secret shit written all over it.
Let's go.
Oh shit. I thought I had more time to drink my lemonade. Okay.
Ugh, what a mess. That's not gonna help us get this house sold.
Yeah, we got our deadbeat dad to thank for that.
So obviously the ladder's gone, but what about that handle? Is it still here somewhere?
What do you think is up there?
I don't know. I'm trying not to speculate. My brain was going to some...
There's a ladder
weird
right here.
places.
Don't worry. Whatever's up there, I'll protect you.
We'll see how chivalrous you feel when you've got bats in that perfectly coiffed hair.
Okay. What am I looking for? Whatever it is. I mean, again, there's a ladder right here. Oh.
I thought I saw something red over here, but guess my mind's just playing tricks on me. No lever. Man, this place is a mess.
If there was ever a time to find...
Just a regular old light switch. Nothing here. For a second, I thought there might be another secret stash down here, but just a loose plank. The handle should be behind this.
What?
Ah, there it is.
It's opening up.
The secret keeper always did store all the best secrets in the clouds.
Yep. Come on, let's find a way to climb up there.
There's a ladder over here. Oh god, is this gonna be like the fucking ending of Hereditary?
Can you see anything?
Nope, nada.
It's gotta be the fucking end of Hereditary.
Here, found a switch.
Holy shit. Well, that shaved a few years off my life.
Okay.
Whoa.
It's
her story.
Look, she left us something.
It's got a combination lock with letters.
Do you think she hid the code somewhere in all this?
Knowing Mary Ann, probably.
Well, you want to do this?
Yeah. Let's start here.
Okay. Let's just take a look at what we can take a look at.
It seems like it's not doing anything. Maybe it's broken?
Or maybe we just need to solve the puzzles in order. We're not done with the other one yet.
Okay.
Recognize this?
Yeah. It's from the story where the goblins tricked the Mad Hunter.
It looks like it, but it's different, right? Can you check the book?
I mean,
It moves. Oh. Some of these parts are buttons.
okay, so there's a particular order, I'm guessing.
Does his smile look different to you? Huh. Is there an extra star? Why do you think she added that castle in the background?
See the color of the flag? It could be the Gold Lady's castle. And it...
Huh. No goblins.
Yeah. In the...
Huh. A pink flower. Was that in the original picture?
Figured anything out yet?
Nah, still figuring it out.
Okay, so they said the star was
It's just
extra.
a random star. No special meaning. Actually, I'm not sure.
The flower was extra.
I'm really grasping at straws here. Never mind. That's nothing. Maybe not. Or not.
Okay.
Even if the branch is a little... maybe not. But the title is different.
Title's different.
It's
Star
not the
is
same
different.
title, so I guess that counts as a difference. Maybe that branch looks a little bit different. Well, here it is. Why do you think she changed the picture?
I don't know. Maybe it's a message. Like, the differences between the two mean something.
Something about Marianne, right? Since she's the princess?
Yeah. Why don't we try to find them all and then see if it makes any sense?
Okay.
Okay.
I took a
Spot the
picture.
differences.
So it looks like. Let's see. Title is different. And this should be over the stars, not under. Oh.
Maybe not.
Oh, that's what it. Okay.
The title is different.
That's not an extra star.
It's just a random star. No special meaning.
The tree's different over here. Okay. Castle wasn't there. Let's get the castle. That flower's there. That one. That one's there. We're both there. The hand is supposed to be down. And that's there instead of the goblins.
The princess is running away from the Mad Hunter.
Who was sent by the Gold Lady, according to the story.
Do you think the Gold Lady could have been Marianne's mom? I mean, she always used to say she moved to the end of the world to get away from her family.
Huh. Yeah, you're right.
Even if the branch is a little different.
It's not.
I don't really... That's it. Whoa.
What's in there?
0.
Pictures. Letters. Oh, poor thing.
Why would she keep an old drawing of a pet in here?
Fuck you.
The Gold
Pets
Lady.
are important.
That was definitely her mom.
So, did Marianne grow up kinda rich?
Maybe. Would have been nice to have some of that. I can't believe she was a ballet dancer. Marianne.
And a good one, too.
God, that's so not her.
Fine.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen a picture of her that young.
I think that's her mom in the background.
Have you guys ever considered that your grandparents might be around?
Did you know she studied engineering?
No. But it looks like she changed her major to visual arts.
I don't think she actually got it changed. The paper's not signed and it's all wrinkled. Like someone tried to throw it away.
So her mom was probably a narcissist. Okay.
Could this guy have been any more cryptic? You think the guy with her is Brent from the letter?
I would guess so.
Maybe that's your dad. Okay.
Tyler, see that little light? I think we need to solve this one next.
Okay. But first... we did miss one. Okay.
The Gold Lady is the wise princess's cruel mother, who sent the Mad Hunter to drive the girl back to the palace.
Okay.
There's the Gold Lady again. She's all over the board. There was a figure of her in that stash by the Mad Hunter painting, right?
Oh, yeah.
So maybe all of this is related to what we found in there.
Okay. So... Well, we had to select one for each side, maybe.
Hey, I can move the piece next to the Gold Lady.
All these pictures. They look like images from Marianne's life before Delos, don't they?
Well, some of them do anyway.
Maybe that's it then. We need to figure out which ones are real?
The princess dancing, playing violin, spinning wool. I guess this is stuff she did for fun?
Notice how unhappy she looks in all these pictures? I don't think she was having any fun.
The wise princess looks like she's trying to run away.
And she's being watched by the Gold Lady.
What's the Gold Lady doing?
Whispering something into someone's ear behind the princess's back?
Is that it?
It's opening.
Okay. Get that one out
What's
pretty
in there
easily.
this time?
It's the house.
Wow. She worked for a watchmaker in Juneau before she moved to Delos. No wonder she was so handy.
Yeah, I got my lemonades done. Ugh. That's a lot.
Salmonberry Park. Huh. Is that some kind of commune?
Looks like it. So weird to imagine her living in a community like that. With, other people.
The weirdest part is how they all seem to love her. Where was prom queen Marianne when the whole town was turning on us?
Okay.
Is that Carol?
Yeah, and Sam. Look at him. He's so young and happy.
Okay. And... Oh god, this is going to be a long one.
Her father.
I guess let's read this one. Alright. Marianne, I hope this letter finds you, but you didn't leave any contact information. I'll have to send it to your aunt and hope for the best. I am writing to inform you that your mother passed away last week. That would be May 10th, 96. We just had her funeral reception. The house has been filled with people all day. Friends, family, colleagues, and church members. It's now 11 p.m. and I'm sitting alone in the kitchen table surrounded by dozens of trays of food, flowers, and sympathy cards. Your cousin Heidi brought in a beautiful photo album full of our holiday pictures and what Connor. You're there in all of them, but you weren't here today. We haven't heard from you in 4 years and can only hope you made it to Alaska or wherever you are, and that you and your child are both safe. Your child. Singular. Your mother had been sick and depressed for years, and you can imagine why. Pain of being shunned by her own daughter, knowing she would never get to see her grandchild grow up. It spread through her body like cancer and consumed her completely. Of course, it's not, just life or anything. It has to be the fact that she was cut off. So the narcissistic mom probably also had a narcissistic maybe not narcissistic, but manipulative husband. All right, it spreads through your body like cancer and consumes her completely. All this suffering simply because you ran away like a temperamental little girl instead of accepting her help when you got pregnant out of wedlock after dropping out of college and without a penny to your name. No, yeah, no. When two narcissists fall in love, she only stepped up to help because she knew you weren't ready to raise a child properly, Marianne. A mother's duty doesn't end when her children leave home. Did the mom write this before dying? Or maybe she's not even dead. Now that you're a mother yourself, I hope you will begin to understand that good parenting isn't about coddling children. It's about providing for them and shaping them into the people they're supposed to become, whether they like it or not. Whew. I'm okay. I'm good. I just have known people with this sentiment in my life, and thankfully they're not in my life anymore. All right. I won't. It's again not my parents. My parents are great. I won't trouble you again. You've made your intentions clear. I just thought you should know, Dad. Fuck off.
What the hell? Marianne was pregnant in 1992, before she even got here.
Before us? Do we have a long-lost sibling out there somewhere?
It's possible, but she could have given it up or miscarried. Who knows?
Yeah, you're right.
Dylan.
Do you think we could track down her father?
You mean the grandfather she never told us about? I don't think I want to.
You're not at all excited about having more family.
You saw the letter. I don't think we want any part of that.
Fine. Let's keep digging.
Yeah. No. Tyler is 100% correct in this regard. Holy shit. Okay.
This just lit up, so I think we're supposed to try this one next.
What's this?
Some sort of map?
Okay. Ran away to the forest. Okay, so maybe from the
That's
castle.
the Gold Lady's castle.
To
some sort of clock?
Then get to the forest.
What's that plant thing on top?
Oh, those are definitely salmonberry flowers.
Hey, that degree in outdoor studies is paying off.
This is the princess's house. This looks like a dinner. Damn it. Why is nothing happening?
What's that plant thing on top?
This is the princess's house. Some sort of clock? This looks like a dinner. Come on.
We have those mixed up.
This looks like a dinner party with some sort of clock. Come on. This looks like a dinner party with the old. This is the princess's house. Some sort of clock. Come on. Some sort of clock. This is the princess's. Come on. Some sort of clock?
Start with that.
This is the princess's house. This looks like a dinner party.
What's that?
Come on.
What's that plant thing on top?
This looks like a dinner. Come on.
This one is... okay.
What's that plant thing?
This is the princess's house. This looks like a dinner. Come on.
That's the first one we did, wasn't it?
This looks like a dinner party with the old. This is the princess's. Come on.
Okay. And we haven't
This
tried
is the princess's house. This looks like a dinner party.
What's that?
Come on.
What's that plant thing?
This looks like a dinner. Come on.
Okay, so the clock is not the second. And the house is not the second. Or the flowers are not the second.
This looks like a dinner party with the old.
What's that?
I'm also
plant thing
assuming
on
the
This is
castle is the
princess's
first.
Some sort of clock? Come on.
I might have to. Let's. Okay, party. Oh god, not the index. Um. Okay. It's the 1 year anniversary.
What's that plant thing on top?
Oh,
So-
those are definitely salmonberry flowers.
Hey, that degree in outdoor studies is paying off.
So let's say she
That's the
goes
Gold Lady's castle.
from the castle to the house.
This is the princess's house.
After
Some
1
sort of
year.
clock. This looks like a dinner party
to the
with the
dinner
old
party.
bear and the very.
What's that?
Come on.
Okay.
What's that
Maybe
plant
it's-
thing?
This is the princess's house. Some sort of clock. This looks like a dinner. Come on.
I'm gonna have to look up the answer to this one. This is frustrating. Hold on. Hold on. Go back here. Okay, in the attic. Separate pages for the. Fuck off. We could give you a guide for these, but apparently all these puzzles are optional. Like, okay, cool. I still want to do them.
I'm pretty sure everything in the stash was dated. Why don't we go take another look?
How does that help? Everything in the stash was dated? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, hold on. So this was 92. Right? I didn't turn it over, but I think it was... Was this 92? Let me actually... There's 5 things here. Okay.
Salmonberry Park.
92.
Huh. Is that some kind of
The letter
commune?
was 96.
Looks like it.
Wow.
The castle would be last.
She worked for a watchmaker in Juneau before she moved to Delos. No wonder she was so handy.
Oh, the watchmaker. Okay, that is also 92.
Is that Carol?
Yeah.
This is the
and
dinner
Sam.
party.
Look at him. He's so young and happy.
Nothing to check date-wise there, but we can assume that's the last one. Nothing to check date-wise there. That was July 92? What's this one?
Salmonberry Park.
June.
Huh.
Okay, so
Is
flowers.
that some kind of commune?
Looks like it.
Clock.
So weird to imagine her living in a community like that. With, other people.
The weirdest part is how they all seem to love her.
What's that
Flowers.
plant thing on top?
Some sort of clock. This is
House.
the princess's house. This looks like a
Dinner.
dinner party with the. That's the
That's
Gold
all.
Lady. Come on. That's the Gold Lady's cast. This looks like a dinner. Come on. This looks like a dinner party with the old bear and the very old beaver. This is the princess's house. That's the Gold Lady. Come on.
Okay, maybe that's not first. Maybe this
Some
is
sort of
first.
clock.
What's that plant thing on top?
This is the princess's house. This looks like a dinner party with the old bear. That's the gold lady. Come on. That's the gold lady's castle. This looks like a dinner. Come on.
Okay. Once again, going to try to find it, because, holy shit. This is annoying. Okay. Yeah. So it is starting with a castle. Okay. So we go into that. So it's
That's
castle.
the gold lady's castle.
What's that plant thing on top?
I feel like I did this.
This is the princess's house. This looks like a dinner party with the old bear and the very
I
old beaver.
Okay. I could have
Yes.
swore I did that, but okay.
What's in there? Another letter?
The princess's loss. Is this from the Book of Goblins?
Not that I know of.
Well, sure looks like it could be.
Oh, okay, cool. We have another one to read. The Princess's Loss. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. She had made it through the woods and to that house with nothing left but the clothes on her back and a single item from her whole life, a splendid tiara. She almost lost everything in her desperate flight from the mad hunter. The trees tore the rucksack from her back and shredded her dress and left a pattern of red welts on her skin. But through it all, she clutched the tiara close to her chest, fearing that any misstep could cause it to fall from her arms and break. One night, shit.
And that was how the princess lost her most precious treasure.
We'll get to that in a
and
second.
Title. That was the story she read us that night.
Oh my god.
It makes sense now.
I'll read it in a second.
She got pregnant.
I thought that the next was
And she ran away to start a new life. And then she made her way to Delos Crossing, where she was finally happy. But then the baby died.
I can't even imagine how she must have felt. She left everything behind, built a whole new life for him. And then he was just gone.
I guess having us helps her move on. But when it looked like we were going to be taken away, she snapped. She just couldn't lose any more children. It really wasn't anything we did.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all this.
I don't either, but all I wanted was to understand what happened to her. And now I do.
Yeah. But we still haven't seen what's in that chest.
It's the baby. No, well, let me read the
Okay,
story.
so how do we open it?
You give me a second to actually read the damn story. Alright, failing any misstep could cause a fall and break from her arms. The tiara had its own spot in the big wooden house, a pillow near the window where the sun would catch on its surface and shine and wink. The princess could stare for hours at the tiara, marveling in its beauty and running her thumb down its curves. Every morning she would wake and she would tend to it, polishing its every surface to make sure it shone as brightly as it possibly could. Then she would pluck it up, place it upon her head, and walk the woods, feeling somehow more complete. Because what, after all, was a princess without a crown? Every night she would place it upon its pillow, give it a quick kiss, and go to bed. On her way, she would pause and glance back to make sure it was still there. She hated to be separated from it, but she knew it was safest on the pillow while she slept. One night the princess woke to a raging storm. The wind howled against the walls, rattling the windows in their panes. Fearing a gust might burst open a window and blow the tiara to the ground, she plucked it from its pillow and brought it to bed with her. All through the night she held the tiara close, and in the morning she woke to find herself still cradling it. The storm had passed, and the princess relaxed. That day was the same as any other, though she perhaps gave the tiara an even more thorough cleaning. Grateful as she was that nothing had gone wrong, that night she placed the tiara upon its pillow, gave it a quick kiss, and went to bed, pausing on her way to make sure it was still there. In the morning, she woke and sensed immediately that something was wrong. In the living room, the tiara lay upon the ground, broken, dull, and faded. Nothing else in the room had changed. The pillow was exactly where she had left it. The window was closed. There had been no storm, no wind, no sign that anything at all could have gone amiss. Only the broken tiara, mute upon the ground. She picked it up and held it in her arms with a guttural cry, but though she tried to fix and polish it, it was gone beyond repair and with no shine left. If you're one of those people who can't understand or don't easily understand metaphor, the tiara is the baby. Oh no. Uh, the princess held the tiara through the day and through the next night, sitting in the same spot at the window where she used to polish it. When the sun arose, she looked outside and her gaze fixed on a sapling. She remembered how the sapling had survived the winter, clinging to life despite the frozen, unforgiving earth. Without a word, she went out and buried the tiara in the ground beneath the sapling, and as the final scoop of dirt fell, the tiara truly felt gone, and with it, the final link to her old self. She could only go forward and find a new place for herself in this world, where she was no longer truly a princess, in a tiara and a beautiful gown, but a wan woman alone in a deep and ancient wood. And that is how the princess lost her most precious treasure and her title. Wait, was there a next? Oh, no, it's just the first page again. Okay. So and then what's this stuff?
Why are these pictures from the Book of Goblins here?
I don't know. Why don't we solve this one first? Tyler, we're not done with this one.
Yeah. Okay, O. Ribbon. And E. O ribbon E.
All right, should be easy enough.
Wait, they each had colors, though. Oh, maybe it's... No, it's probably in the order that we found it. It spells OL. Oh, or not. So that would mean this one is E. Damn it. Okay. This one is O. Hello. What am I doing? Okay. Red, no, orange E, red ribbon. Okay.
All right, should be easy enough.
I don't know why I keep saying ribbon. It's an L, right? Leo.
Yes.
Oh my god. I'm an idiot.
Whoa.
Did it just get darker in here?
Ollie. She noticed.
Dear Allison and Ollie, we write
How was your
stories
son?
to understand it and be understood, but what good is a story without a first act? I'm sorry I kept mine from you for so long. All of my love, goblins.
Why does she have a photo of that tree locked in here?
Oh, that might be where the baby is. Yeah.
Is that?
Leo Ronan.
Oh.
Why didn't she tell us about him? Why didn't she tell us any of this?
I mean, it's fucking terrible. That's why. Allie, did we do the right thing opening this?
We did. It's better we know what happened, even if it's hard. And there's one more thing we need to see.
Are you sure?
Yes.
There was another thing in
Come
that
on.
box.
Let's go to the dock. It's time to finish this.
Okay, but hold up though, because there was another thing in the box.
A baby blanket?
Hey, now that we're done with the important stuff, maybe we can take a crack at these?
Here. The Secret Keeper. Hiding secrets in the clouds.
Oh.
Back in your pond, Big Frog. There you go, Stalwart Moose. The Ice King goes in the forest, obviously. We'll let the mangy muskrat have his rock back.
Oh, did I
Gold
not get
Lady
the bear?
stays locked up in her castle.
And I don't have the bear. I don't have the bear.
The crafty goblin's loot.
That's from the princess and the two thieves.
Oh,
I drew the original.
And I distinctly remember drawing that cake, which is arguably the best part of that illustration.
All right, Picasso.
Maybe they took some of the princess's fruit?
They took all of her food, right?
Some flour for the cake, maybe?
No, they didn't take the flour.
Or not. What if they took some spoons?
I don't think they took spoons.
Actually, I'm not sure. Did they steal candy? I'm pretty sure they stole some eggs. Some flour for the cake, maybe?
I got it. Okay. I read this one. Okay. Nuts, eggs, fruits, spoons. Okay.
What if they took some spoons?
But I don't think they took the flour.
Actually, I'm not sure.
Took the fruit, eggs, probably took candy. If she had any.
Didn't they take some of the princess and flour for the cake, maybe?
Okay, so that's literally everything. So what did it...
Wait. Wait. Maybe not.
There we go.
That's it. I always wondered where that drawing went. She said it was her favorite, and then one day it just disappeared.
Aw.
The old bear's gifts for the princess. I'm totally blanking on that story. What did he give her again?
Why don't we open up the book and...
Fresh caught salmon? A newly bloomed bluebell?
That sounds familiar.
Some honey?
No.
Or not. Some roses, maybe? Maybe not. Hazelnuts. A handful of ripe berries?
I don't want to have to read these again. Well, actually, this isn't that much. It was 3 gifts, right?
Some honey? Maybe not. A newly bloomed bluebell? Wait. Or not. Fresh caught salmon? Wait.
Okay.
Some roses, maybe? Maybe not. Some roses, maybe? Or not. Some honey? Or not. A newly bloomed bluebell? Maybe not.
Oh my god. I thought when he says wait, that meant it was not.
Hazelnuts. Wait.
See?
Fresh caught salmon? Or not. Some roses, maybe? Actually, I'm not sure. Some honey? Wait.
Oh.
A newly bloomed bluebell? Maybe not.
Oh, so it's just random. Okay.
Or not. Wait. Maybe not.
And are you okay over there? Okay. Fucking. Oh my god. Okay. Salmon. Okay. Okay. Oh, he caught the salmon, but I don't think he... Okay. Fresh caught salmon, berries, bluebell.
Fresh caught a newly bloomed bluebell? A handful of ripe berries?
Okay.
Nice.
I got it.
Man, he had it bad. Just couldn't let go.
Okay. That's Sam. You good? Allison. Oh, there's,
That's the pious pelican spot. Crafty goblins go here. Moonhag's gotta be imprisoned in her lake. The wise princess goes in the big wooden house, of course.
Missing these 3. Alright, we got 2 more puzzles up here to do.
Very old beaver's repair list.
That's the story where the princess's house gets damaged by a storm and the...
She slapped the post with her tail to write it.
I remember that.
She fixed the planks that were blown off the walls.
Yeah.
She turned the power back on.
Did she turn the power back on?
She repaired the water leak.
Oh.
Wait. She fixed the roof shingles. Or not. All right.
Okay.
Damn. That must have been rough on Eddie.
Yeah, he doesn't really like to talk about her.
Okay. Is that the last one? Oh, we got one more.
The crafty goblin's good deeds.
Of course. The goblins had to help out the creatures of the forest to pay off their debt to the pelican.
Well, what did they do?
You know, I don't really remember.
Didn't they do everything? They removed the thorn.
They removed a thorn from the frog's back. They gave the stalwart moose a good scratch on the back. They hugged the princess when she was crying. They helped fix the beaver dam. They had to give nuts to the muskrat. They broke open the beehive for the bear.
That one didn't happen.
Maybe not.
Got the thorn?
Maybe not. Or not. Maybe not.
Oh, they definitely...
They broke open the beehive for the bear. Nailed it. Our lives would have been so different if their friendship hadn't gone to shit.
Okay. That's all the puzzles, other than putting all the statues here.
You really want to go? You sure we've seen everything?
I'm sure we've seen everything that we can.
Either way, I'm ready for this to be over.
Me too.
This is the spot.
I can't believe he's been down there this whole time. We played Compass and North Star here. I wish she would have just told us.
She tried to tell us. In her own Marianne kind of way.
The stories. Yeah. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I know I should feel sad or something, but I'm just kind of stunned.
Poor Marianne. Come on.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Is it Daisy?
It's time for us to figure out who Marianne was arguing with on the dock.
Yep. I just realized this is like the first memory this entire chapter we're able to actually try to do intentionally.
Almost.
I was right. I was right. Let's fucking go.
Tom? Tom Vecchi is our father?
Of course. It had to be him.
Tessa knew, didn't she?
Yeah, she must have. It's what she didn't want to tell us.
God, Marianne and Tom?
I know.
What should we do now?
Yeah, call him out here and make him tell us what was going on.
And if he won't?
We know his secret. He will. Tom? It's Allison. We need to talk. We know it was you.
I fucking called it. I fucking called it. I know it was either him or the guy that we met on the boat coming in that kept showing up, but I think he might have been a red herring. Why am I hungry again? I ate like an hour
Let me take
ago.
the lead on this. I know him better. I thought I did, anyway.
Sure. Whatever. As long as we get answers.
Hi, Dad. Puppy. Couldn't just leave well enough alone, could you?
Kids, listen.
You're our father.
Yes.
You knew how bad it got out here. How little we had. Why didn't you help Marianne?
You mean all the money she wanted? We didn't have anything to spare. Well, that winter was rough on everyone. And you would have starved out here if not for all the free food we gave you.
Don't act like you had anything to do with that. That was all Tessa.
That's a cruel presumption, young man. Maybe it was Tessa's idea initially. But I supported it. And your mother was happy to live off our handouts.
You tried to burn down our barn and knocked Tyler unconscious.
I never meant to hurt anybody. You weren't supposed to be home.
Doesn't excuse the fact that you didn't even stop to help.
What do you want me to say? I panicked. I was terrified that this whole
Always
thing
the
was going to blow up in my
politicians.
face. I had to do something.
So what do we do now?
We tell him he's got to fix the mess he made, one way or another.
Hey, you hearing me?
Yep, sorry. I'm trying really hard to keep myself from punching him in the face.
He's not even the least bit sorry for what he did. He could have seriously hurt you.
Yeah, he's just a fucking coward.
You were here that night. You saw Marianne and Tyler. Why didn't you help?
I know it wasn't my best moment. But she threatened my life.
So you just decided to let her drown?
I didn't decide anything. Everything happened so fast, I panicked. And by the time I got to town, Brown was already on his way out. There was nothing else I could do.
Does he really expect us to believe there wasn't anything else he could have done that night?
I don't know, Ellie. I'd rather not think about it.
You failed us, Tom. You need to make it right.
I'll do whatever you want. As long as none of this gets out.
Excuse me?
You want me to pay for my mistakes? Fine. But please, Tessa can't know. This'd kill her.
Tessa already knows, Tom.
No. That's impossible.
It never occurred to you the reason Tessa cut Marianne off was you?
But
Oh my god.
She never said anything.
Idiot. Idiot. Idiot.
You should try talking to your wife. Maybe if you had, we wouldn't be in this situation. And maybe Marianne wouldn't be dead.
Oh, come on. You of all people should appreciate how troubled Marianne was. She was unhinged. Something like this would have happened sooner or later.
That was convenient for you, huh? You preyed on her because she was vulnerable. And you knew you could always blame it on crazy Marianne Ronan if you got caught.
It was nothing like that. Nothing at all. Your mother was a very pretty woman.
Oh my god.
And she'd been so many places and done so many things. The way I always thought I would have. I got caught up. Love made me a fool. Look, I made mistakes. But this will not go any further than the three of us.
Why? We know. Tessa knows. Marianne's dead. There's no point in hiding it anymore.
He's afraid it'll tank his campaign. Am I wrong?
Jesus, Tom.
I've kept your secret all these years. I don't want to go spilling it, but I will if I have to.
What?
Yeah. Your little story about self-defense. I've never told anyone how Marianne really died. That night, I came out here because I was worried about your mother.
Different from how the kids remember? Wait, are we gonna play as Tom? I really don't want to play as Tom. It's better just be a cutscene.
Why do they do it? They made me do it. They made me do it. Why did they do it? It's his fault. It's his fault.
Okay, she totally could have seen him there. Like, should have.
Mad Hunter.
So that wasn't the voice? This is where you would step in.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
Absolutely had a chance to go in and get her out of the water.
No. No way. You're a fucking liar.
I saw what I saw.
Ugh! You're manipulating us just like you manipulated her.
Tyler!
You're not listening to this, are you?
Be smart about this, Allison. Are you sure you want this to get out? You've got way more here to lose than he does. His name will be all but cleared, but you'll be a killer. What will your uncle say? And Michael? Well, the whole town might turn on you.
Don't touch her.
You know I'm right.
Just get out of here, Tom. Tyler and I need to talk alone.
Just please. Think twice before making any rash decisions. There are a whole lot of lives at stake here.
Leave us the fuck alone. And never come back.
So I guess she's out of a job. God.
Allie, you okay? You didn't let that asshole get to you, did you? Did you?
What if he's right? I've been having all these nightmares about that night, and they were a lot like how Tom said. And now, when I try to remember, that's all I can see.
He's trying to mess with your head and you're letting it work.
No, it's more than that. Ever since we started digging, I haven't been able to shake this feeling like something's off.
Something's off because he put this in your head. Don't let him get away with it.
He might not be lying. We keep getting things mixed up. We remember totally different versions of the past.
Those are just details. This isn't that. She was going to kill me.
I'm not so sure anymore, Tyler.
Uh-oh. Why is this getting the slow-mo? To be fair, put the gun down. No need to still be holding it.
She had a gun pointed at me. She chased me. She said she was going to kill me.
She threatened Tom with those exact same words, with the same gun, on the same pier. The thing you said to Eddie the other day got thrown back at me. Don't you think it's possible that happened here too?
I guess it's possible. Fuck. I don't know. And we're never gonna know the truth, are we? Because the second you walk away from something, that's it.
Yeah.
I guess at this point, you just have to decide what you believe.
Me?
Yeah. You need to start dealing, Allie. And that means coming to terms with whatever version of the past feels the most true to you. No more running. Whatever you choose, you gotta live with it, okay?
Okay. Do we get to make the choice? Oh, no, we do.
I'm going to kill you! I'm not gonna hurt you.
I mean, this does make the most sense. It fucking sucks, but it's the one that makes the most sense.
I'm not gonna hurt you. Oh, please. No, don't do this. Allison. This isn't what...
She was going to kill herself. Just herself. You interrupted her and we got confused.
Are you sure?
Yes. That attic. Tyler, that was meant for us. It was her way of explaining what she was going through. I made a horrible mistake.
Hey, it's okay. I'm here.
Fuck, man.
Hey, peep what I just found downstairs. What do you think? Will it have aged well, or just gone bad? Where are you at right now?
I just keep hearing her say she wasn't going to hurt you. Over and over.
We were kids. We freaked out. You weren't equipped to deal with that shit.
She was just talking to you.
With a gun in her
And
hands.
I killed her.
Stop.
I don't want to use our voice again. Ever.
What? Seriously?
I don't know. But I want to stop feeling like this. And I think we'll be better off without it. This morning, I kept getting these horrible visions. Of you and Marianne and Eddie.
Visions. Like our memories?
Yeah, but different. It was all my worst thoughts brought to life. You were in my bedroom saying I abandoned you. Eddie called me a snake.
I'm sorry. I should have been there for you.
It's okay. I was the one who walked out. I can't let that happen again.
I don't think it will. Something's been pushing us to find answers. And now we have them. Maybe I'm wrong. And if it stays bad, we can stop. But I really want to keep what makes us us.
Oh, is this going to be like our final decision?
The Mad Hunter was forced to remain below the lake with the Moon Hag, but she did not kill him, because even reduced to just one hand, he was too useful a servant. Lo, he plotted
What do you
the day
think?
he would emerge.
Brothers and sisters?
To once again hunt the wise princess and earn back his left hand.
Always.
And that is the story of how the crafty goblins rescued the wise princess from the Mad Hunter.
Okay. Why's he got shoulder buttons? Sorry, it's the weird details. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm guessing this is it. Two weeks later. Or it just ends there. Let's see. Getting credits? Oh, 6 months later. Still at the house? Oof. Got a haircut. Oh no.
One last look. Good to go.
Bald eagle. Can you tell this was rendered? Oh. We playing?
Hey, it's me.
Hey, me.
House is empty. I'm getting ready to head out. So, last chance. Is there anything you want me to do while I'm in town?
Listen, Ty, you're dropping off the keys with Tina, right?
Yep, gonna leave them at her office on my way to the ferry.
Well, that's it then.
How are you?
Good, actually. Really good. You?
Same. You know, emptying the house really cleared my head out.
Thanks for doing that. The observatory really needed me this week. And after everything that happened, I just felt like I needed to keep some miles between me and Delos Crossing.
No worries. You still loving your therapist?
Gail, yes. I was actually just doing some letter writing she assigned me as homework. It really helped me get some perspective.
That sounds awesome.
How is Juno?
How's Juno?
Big and full of people, even without tourists. Michael's been writing up rules for the apartment. I need your support against his whole food policy.
Just refuse to sign anything until I get there. Okay?
Okay, but you better hurry. If he gets his way, we'll only have one small shelf for junk food.
What? Heresy. I'm gonna need like twice that just for snack cakes after my surgery next month.
I know, right? This cannot stand.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Did you see the article I sent you about Tom losing the election?
Nice.
Yes, I saw your message right before derby practice, so I didn't have time to read it. But I did cackle at the headline.
Did you picture Tom's face whenever you went in for a block?
No, but that is a great idea.
Anyways, I'm glad Tessa finally left his ass.
Hey.
Karma's a bitch.
That is good.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up now.
See you tonight.
Okay. I'm gonna take one last walk through the house and then head to the ferry.
Drive safe.
Pretty sure that's the only way possible in the old Allison mobile.
Love you, Tyler.
Love you. It's too bad Tessa closed her cafe. That other place just doesn't quite hit the spot.
Alright.
I should grab the rest of my stuff before I head out. Sucks to suck, Thomas Anthony Fecky.
Alrighty.
Huh. Well, at least she finally dumped his ass.
Many for missionary for citizen care. Now we can for some time. That's nice. Okay, if you want to read it, just pause. What's this? Goes downstairs. Another secret room. Okay. Back up. Okay. In the living room.
Seeing it empty is so weird, but at least it's the last time we'll ever have to.
Uh, you should probably grab your. Oh, yeah. Take- yes. I love when I put my entire fucking 15.6-inch laptop into my pocket. That's my favorite thing to do. Yes. Okay. Anything in the kitchen? Did I take a look at that? Huh. Missed that. Okay. Huh? All the photos in the pocket. It's a little more reasonable. All right. Sam. Anything in the bathroom? Like 1.5 taller than when you were 10, huh? How tall was I? Well, it's actually very easy to remember. My height. I was that kid that did not grow up. I grew outwards, so like my feet would grow every 2 or 3 months and stuff, but I could still wear the same pants and shirts for fucking ever. I was like 4'10", 4'11", from like age
Certainly hope the new owners are Mr. or Mrs. Fix-It.
8 to like the beginning of 13, and then 13 I hit my growth spurt. And over the course of like 4 months, got to 5'10", and now I'm 5'8".
Goodbye, room. Goodbye, room.
Actually, I might be 5'7" now.
Goodbye, man on the moon.
Also go down
for posterity.
The shoe size. But that's what hormones do to you. Or at least no T, all E will do to you. Aw. I guess we'll go outside. This way. Is there a ladder? Okay. I don't feel like that's safe. Here. Is the beaver dam still over there, or is... Oh, Bum's over here. Yeah.
Still no beavers. Well, I'm right behind you guys.
Okay. And I guess we should check under the house again. Maybe at the dock again. I wonder if it lets you say bye to Leo. And we check under the house.
Goblins out.
Okay. All right, say anything to Leo?
I'm sorry we're leaving you alone out here. Bye, Leo.
Did let you say bye. Shit. Just sitting down. Okay.
Everything okay, Ty?
Actually, yeah. Everything really is.
See, that could get annoying, though, just always being able to talk to someone directly. Because, like, what if they're having a private moment? And you're halfway across the world and you don't know?
Yeah. Time to move on.
Okay. I guess the only spot left for us to check is the shed. I didn't really look too much at the porch here either. I doubt there's anything. Oh, there's a lean spot.
Gonna miss this.
Honestly, yeah,
One
it
more
is.
jog down memory lane, Mr. Ronan?
Fuck.
Hey, I'm having a private moment with me, myself, and I here.
Okay, carry on.
It's a kick-ass view. It's not gonna let us go back in, is it? No. Okay. I guess that's it. Unless there's anything over at this boat. Oh.
I hope the next goblin family bakes a lot of sand pies in this.
Let's go.
Aw, dreamy sigh.
A queer problem.
Aw, dreamy sigh.
Dreamy sigh. Oh, that's that's him and Michael. Okay. Okay. Master Chief. I don't leave in the car? Am I missing something? Maybe I, like, need to close up the door. That's probably it. The fuck is the shirt? I'm never gonna get an answer, am I?
Well, this is goodbye for real, I guess. Hey, Aaron. It's Ty. Tyler Ronan. I thought I'd catch you on your break between sessions, but I guess you're going along with another rebel with too many causes. I know I haven't reached out since I left Fireweed, but I just wanted to say, well, you were right about grief. About it going in circles. This morning, I was out on the porch, staring at the fog. And my mother, she just tumbled right out of me. But it was okay. It actually felt good to remember. Anyway, give me a call back if you get a chance. I'll see you around. And thank you.
Credits, I'm assuming. Let's fucking go. Holy shit, this was a fantastic game. I would say, as someone who's played a lot of the Telltale games and similar games to them, this story-wise has been more intriguing than a lot of those. I feel like they did the perfect blend of interaction and just letting the story run. Very good. Very good. And now I have to go find these collectibles. And then we read those. And then... Or we listen to those last three. Then I might want to try to load back up the ending area to see if I can put the statues up in there and see if anything happens there. And then I'll put the reading one, which I'll say in the reading one that the collectibles would be after the reading. It's just, look, this particular part has been completely out of order, okay? The reading fucked me up. If you were able to read the goddamn goblin books from the main menu, it wouldn't have been all fucked up. But alas, it wasn't. And if you're wondering why this part in particular is super frackin' long, that's why, by the way. But yeah. I forgot that the... Credits were this length. I say as if we haven't dealt with longer credits here. Like, what was it? Halo Infinite was super fucking long. Anyways. Sorry. I had a text message. So yeah, this is not the end of this video, as you can see. I also keep forgetting this is exclusive to YouTube. Also, if you're this far in, first off, thank you for enjoying these. I don't get it. I don't get how I can be an enjoyed creator, but I still make stuff because I enjoy having something out there to talk to, and I enjoy archiving my experiences with games sometimes. So that's what I get out of this. But do let me know if you guys like these longer YouTube only pre-recorded stuff. Because if so, I can do more of it in the future. But I do prefer to keep some of the stuff for streaming, but like you get what I mean. Feel free, leave a comment down below. And if you didn't know, somehow, if you didn't watch the trailer, or if this is the only series you've watched or whatnot, I stream over on Twitch, twitch.tv/McFoxDen. That is McFoxDen. Though at the time that you're seeing this, I'm hoping to start streaming on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Hoping, starting next year, if that goes well. If that doesn't go well, then next year the plan is stream on Twitch, likely, and then within, like, I would hope within 48 hours, but realistically, sometimes with health and shit, within the week, get stuff up on YouTube. So, like this one, again, this is finished up being recorded in August, and most of our streams from July and August are going up in this time period of November. We finally hit the spot where we're putting up stuff relatively in order of when time-wise it was streamed, but I'm still currently keeping the 3-day breaks in between, even though normally I stream the same game back to back to back. So these credits are almost over. So remember, the music's off for like a minute and a half, somewhere around there. But yeah, oh god. Here's the thing. This has gotten me in the mood for these kinds of games again. I was finally earlier this year working on The Walking Dead, finishing that up because I had played all the way through the first two seasons on Xbox. I played Michonne and 400 Days on Xbox. And then when stuff came over to Xbox One, I don't know why, but I picked up the games, but I didn't play them. So I finally got through all the way to the final season, which changes its handling of the formula drastically, to where I'm not super a fan of it. Because it's like I'm trying to get all these achievements in one run, and I'm getting told in this one fucking Telltale game you have to make multiple saves. Anyways, we're done with the credits. Tyler and Allison. Allison was grateful they completed Marianne's puzzle. Allison was influenced by Tom's testimony. Twins trusted their bond and kept their voice. Eddie was relieved that Allison accepted responsibility in the murder. Sam felt understood by Allison. Michael felt closer to Tyler. If you or anyone you know are struggling with that, that should have been at the beginning of the game. But yes. What? Oh, there's actually a quicker. Hold on. 1 second. Is it 988? Yeah. If you're having a mental health crisis, and need immediate support, whether it's suicidal stuff or any other kind of mental health crisis, 988 here in the United States is the line for that. Okay. I'm going to get these last 3 collectibles. We're going to listen to those, and then I'm going to see... Oh, yeah, let's check the consequences. We already did those. Okay, so... 84% completed the puzzle. 63% believed in Tom's testimony. 95% held on to the voice. 67% told the truth. 70% listened to Sam's story. 71% kissed Michael. 29% were homophobic. No, cool. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the recording, find these collectibles. Yeah, we'll be back in just a second. Okay, we just got the Mad Hunter. Let's listen to this.
The Mad Hunter is a cruel and ruthless creature. Once he starts hunting someone, he never stops. He'll chase his prey to the ends of the earth if he needs to. No one can escape his piercing eye.
Okay, I'm going to go find the next 2. Okay. Very old beaver, let's go. Hello? Maybe I gotta... Okay. Collectibles. Okay, let's return to the main menu and try this again. Chapters, collectibles.
The very old beaver is a helpful and industrious creature. She's the princess's most loyal friend.
All right. One more. I'm gonna go get it now. Okay. We got the last one. Let's listen to it.
The old bear is a mighty beast who lives in a beautiful cave of ice. He is in love with the wise princess, but she doesn't love him back.
Okay. And now... we go here. You may use this, but if you want to replay a scene without altering your save. So, yeah. That's what I've been doing for the collectibles. So my hope... we might have to solve the puzzles again real quick. And if so, I'll just pause and solve those real quick. Or I guess we could just go to the box and force it open like 14% of people did.
Sorry for interrupting.
Or whatever the number was.
So, what is it?
I was just at Sam's.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause till
not our
we're up
father.
there.
How do you...
Okay, we are up here, and it looks like we can just set these now.
Crafty goblins go here. That's the pious pelican spot. Moonhag's gotta be imprisoned in her lake. The very old beaver definitely goes in her den. The Mad Hunter, always on the princess's trail. The wise princess goes in the big wooden house, of course.
Okay, that's that side.
Back in your pond, Big Frog. Here, the Secret Keeper, hiding secrets in the clouds. Gold Lady stays locked up in her castle. The old bear's gotta be in his ice cave. We'll let the mangy muskrat have his rock back. The Ice King goes in the forest, obviously. There you go, stalwart moose.
Okay. Is that it? Oh, okay.
I don't get this one. What's the deal with the tiara?
No clue. The princess never wore a tiara in any of the drawings Marianne did with us.
Okay, well, I guess that's it. It doesn't unlock any other puzzles. But okay, so we're going to cut into the books section now, where we read through all of these minus this one that we've already read, if you want that one. I think we did that in chapter 2. Um, and yeah, after that, I guess I'll do a little tidbit to say bye since God, this is a weird one. But as this is the last thing I'm recording gameplay wise, I do hope you guys have enjoyed this playthrough. Again, check it out. I don't think it's free anymore. It might be free on Game Pass, but on Xbox Game Pass, but I don't think it's free anymore without it. Um, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed and stay tuned if you want some more reading stuff, if you want these stories read. If you were just here for the playthrough, though, that is going to be it. So thank you so much for watching. And for those of you who are only here for the playthrough, I'll see you next time. And for those of you who want to hear these stories read by me for whatever reason, stay tuned.
Okay, hello. This is where I am cutting in to put the stories. If you don't remember earlier, I said that we recorded a fair bit of them at the beginning of the playthrough, and then I cut them out, and now put them here at the end of the video so that everyone doesn't have to sit through like an hour or an hour and a half of me reading stories. That said, if y'all want to, congratulations. Here it is. You can enjoy the stories. And I hope you do. Some of them I rushed for time, but some of them I did not. So I hope you enjoy. I enjoyed reading them. And yeah, I guess I'll probably say goodbye at the end. So enjoy the stories, and if you don't want to listen to those, then thank you for watching everything until this, and I will see you next time. But yeah, enjoy the 20 or 19, I guess, because we did the other one in chapter 2. Enjoy the 19 stories. Okay, Moshe's here now. Michelle, sorry. At Merteezy on Twitter is here now. And Derby Girl. And we're going to read stories to my spouse. And this is the only one we've read so far, so we're not going to read this one. But let's start at the beginning. The frog earns the right to speak. What time is it? Okay. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a big frog in a small pond. She was a peaceful creature who spent most of her time eating, swimming, and sleeping. From the morning to the evening, she did everything the smaller frogs did, except she did it bigger. She was from Texas. She ate more, she jumped farther, she was smarter, and she made much more noise. Everybody in the forest could hear her loud croaking, and everybody was happy that they could. You see, it was easy to get lost in the forest, but thanks to the frog's loud noises, you could just as easily find your way back to her pond. Maybe it would not have been the same if the big frog had kept singing during the night, but she was much too lazy an animal to stay active after dark. Mood. One day, an unknown visitor came to the forest for the first time. It was a young woman dressed in a beautiful gown. She was walking fast through the woods as if she was running away, and she never looked back. Many eyes spied the princess pass by, but no one dared to help her, for the mad hunter was on her trail. "This is not our business," they said, "and we had better look away," for the Mad Hunter was an unyielding man who loved nothing but hunting down prey for money and glory. Okay, what's up? What are you laughing at? Yeah, I do that sometimes. Nothing else could escape his piercing eye for long. Okay, hunting prey for money. It's gotta be the old guy that came in on the boat. It's him. I figured it out.
Context.
Yeah, no, you have zero context for anything. Oh god, that's a lot of text. So the princess walked alone, without help, until she was hopelessly lost in the big forest. So all the characters on here are based off of real people. The princess is their mom, who is dead now. 10 years now. And anyways, and the kids haven't shown up in the stories yet. They will be goblins. Anyways, exhausted, she pressed on with no idea where she was heading as the hunter drew ever closer, dogged in his pursuit. Also, the Mad Hunter, they believe, is their dad. So, probably an abusive situation there. Anyways, she continued this way until she heard a heavy croaking far off to her left, so clear and loud that the princess immediately made for the source of the noise. A few minutes later, she reached the big frog in the small pond, and the frog looked at her with a gentle smile. "Help me, please," said the princess. "I need a place to rest and hide." "Ribbit," answered the frog, and the princess frowned. "Please stop making noise. The Mad Hunter is after me." "Ribbit," said the frog again, so loud that the princess had to cover her ears. The creature began to jump every which way. "What are you doing?" asked the princess. "Stop all that noise, or he will find us." But the frog kept croaking and jumping around her, left and right, up and down. "Ribbit, ribbit," until the princess undertook the meaning of all the fuss. Understood. I'm not dyslexic. Until the princess understood the meaning of all this fuss. Cautiously, the woman climbed on the back of the big animal, and then with a leap, the frog set off away from the pond. The frog jumped so high and so far that even the hunter could not find where the princess had gone. With a few jumps, the princess was out of his piercing eye. A few jumps more, and she had vanished for good. The princess closed her eyes and let her clever mount carry her wherever the creature pleased. Oh, we ain't done yet. Less than an hour later, the big frog had reached the other side of the ancient forest, near the shores of the very deep lake. So they went from West Alaska to East Alaska. There she landed without a noise in front of a big wooden house that had been abandoned. "Thank you," said the princess, covering the animal's snout with kisses. "I only wish you could speak, so I would have understood what you were trying to do sooner." As she pronounced those words, something incredible happened. The big frog was suddenly able to speak. Her first words startled the princess. "The Mad Hunter is always at my heels." "Oh, you're safe. I've had my revenge. You can stay here in this house." It have to be such a long line. "It has been abandoned for a long time, and no one will look for you here." And then, without looking back, the big frog jumped back into the pond. This is how the big frog saved the princess. How she had the right to speak. Oh, God. I hope that frog doesn't show up anymore. What's up? Yeah. Did you like that story, Mush? That's you want the next one? No, it is cute art, and there's like like the last chapter. There is a puzzle in this one. So you see the number 1 in the bottom left corner, and then there's number 3, and then the number 0. That got us into the padlock, where we learned that our dad, who's probably someone our mom was having an affair with. Yeah, These are stories she would read to her kids. I keep hitting the wrong fucking button. The Bear and the Princess. Once upon a time in the ancient and deep forest, the old bear stood on the bank of the river, swiping at salmon on their way to the spawning grounds. What's up? You don't like me saying salmon? Okay. Just as he'd got his paw on a particularly fat one, he heard a woman shouting for help. He considered simply eating his salmon, but then she screamed again, and he lumbered over to investigate. After a short walk, he found that the princess. He just found the princess clinging to the top of the tree while a wolf snarled and snapped at the base of the tree. Old Bear would normally not get in the middle of such a situation. This is Sam, who we believe our mom also potentially had an affair with. And that ended up getting him to be divorced, but he actually cared about our mom. So after she died, he took care of the house. Anyways, where are we? Base of the tree. Old Bear would not normally get in such a situation. After all, as a fellow predator, he understood the wolf's need to hunt. But when he saw the princess, he was struck by her beauty, and he knew he had to help. With a great roar, the bear heaved onto his hind legs, rising to his full height. The wolf snapped and snarled in his direction, but the bear roared again, and the wolf took into the trees, tail between his legs. This game is about trans acceptance, murder of your parents, and what to do, like what finding out if their mom actually like had some sort of mental impairment or whatever, or if it was just all misunderstood, like mysticism shit. The old bear fell back down onto all fours and stared up at the princess. She regarded him fearfully. You can come down, he said. How do I know you didn't save me just so you could eat me yourself? Asked the princess. I suppose this is a fair question, admitted the old bear, but I promise I won't eat you. He then began to devour the princess. No. The princess had no reason to trust the old bear except that he had kind eyes, and so she slowly made her way down the tree. When she reached the ground, Mochi. When she reached the ground, the bear only watched her, and so she supposed she was not going to be eaten today. Thank you, she told the old bear. Of course, he said. Can I walk with you back to your home? Of course, said the princess. And so the princess and the old bear walked together through the forest back to the wooden house. After that day, the I have no speech impediments. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never had a stutter. The princess would occasionally find gifts from the bear, a fresh caught salmon, a handful of ripe berries. It really bugs you, huh? A newly bloomed bluebell. One spring, when a sudden thaw flooded the path out of the princess's home, the old bear was there, and she rode his back across the river. The old bear began to think that the princess should be his mate. Aww. After all, she had no mate, and she needed one, as God intended. No, no, but there's also there's religious trauma in this fucking game as well. And he could keep her warm and provide her a much more suitable den, and catch fish for her, and protect her from wolves, and blah blah blah. She in turn would brush out his fur and pick berries without smushing half of them, and scratch that one part of his back he couldn't reach. And with how she took care of the goblins, finally hearing about the kids, she would be an excellent mother for his cubs. This is creepy, and what's worse is that the mom wrote this. Uh, the mom writing slash fiction of her own life. One day, the old bear came with a ring of spruce and asked the princess to be his bride. Oh, sad. Uh, I'm sorry, said the princess. You're a very good friend, and I appreciate all you've done for me, but I cannot marry you. You're a bear. I'm a princess. It would never work. The old bear was crushed. See, here's the thing. Maybe she thought he was gay. You're a bear. And if you saw him, he looks like a bear. Anyways, can we still be friends? He asked. We will always be friends, said the princess. But I will never marry you. The old bear and the princess carried on their friendship, and after 1 year, he tried again to ask her to be his bride, but once again she refused him. This happened 1 year later, and 1 year after that, and then finally the princess said, Old bear, you are my dear friend, and I appreciate all you've done for me, but I would sooner you have left me to the wolves than marry you. And that is how it will always be. I have my hands full with the fucking 2 goblin kids who live under my house, and they're all I need. Some of that was paraphrased. That wounded the old bear deeply, but it was finally enough to stop his proposals. They remained friends, and he continued to give her gifts of fresh salmon and ripe berries and newly bloomed bluebells, but the old bear never again asked the princess to be his bride, much as he might have wanted to. And that is how the princess befriended the old bear, and how she refused him.
So, I'm gonna paraphrase that one.
Yeah.
This man saved her and, really fell in love with her and really helped her out. And she allowed him to.
He's still 10 years on mourning her death.
Yeah, and she's, like, allowed him to do all this without making it clear that, like, he either has to accept this or leave.
Yeah.
Until she finally did, and the way that she told him was, I would have rather fucking died.
Yeah.
than be with you.
Yeah. Yeah. So, we just read 2 stories. I read 1 in the last part. Guess how many more I have to go? 17. It's 20 in total. You have to go get our food. No, you go do that, and I'm going to read more of these. Have fun, Mush. When you get back, I will stop, and we will watch a thing. Whoa. We will watch paint dry. We'll figure it out. Not Knuckles, because we don't have that anymore. Okay. The beaver fixes the house. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, I'm going to try to get through these quickly. Deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. One night, a particularly violent storm shook the house. It shook the shingles on the roof and the planks in the walls. It even shook the beams on which the house stood, blowing the whole thing near to the ground. The princess hid in a closet, fearing the house would come down on her as she slept. In the morning, the house was still standing, but it was badly damaged. The storm had blown the shingles off the roof, and planks off the walls, and even bent a post upon which the house stood. The first 2 things she could fix, but the last concerned her. What will I do? Despaired the wise princess. For though she knew many things, she did not know how to fix the big wooden house. Just then the old bear came by to see if the princess had any trouble in the storm. When he found her nailing planks back into place, he said, Stop, princess, let me do that for you. I'm happy to do it, said the princess, but if you want to help with the roof, you may. When the pair were done with the roof and the walls, they examined the bent support post. I could throw my body against it, said the old bear. I am very large. He stretched up onto his hind legs, being sure the princess could appreciate how very large he was, then charged straight at the post. He threw his body against it with an impressive thud. The impact moved the post, but too far, and it ended up bent in the other direction. The wise princess decided more precision was needed. She thought then of the very old beaver who kept an excellently crafted dam. I think this is actually the beaver that's next to their house. Perhaps she can help. She went looking for the very old beaver and found the industrious animal hard at work slapping down mud on a part of her dam that had been blown apart in the storm. Most of the structure was unharmed because the beaver was very good at building things. The princess knew she had come to the right place. Beaver, she said, my house was damaged in the storm. Would you help me fix it? I believe I could do that, yes, said the very old beaver. And she paused at fixing her own den to follow the princess. The very old beaver examined the big wooden house and nodded. It will be an easy fix, she said. And she set about righting the post with loud slaps of her tail. When she was done, the wise princess stroked the beaver's head. Thank you, beaver, she said. The wind blew the shingles off the roof and the planks off the walls, and even bent this post. Now, thanks to you, I still have a home. Think nothing of it, said the very old beaver, who returned to work on her own den once again. That winter, the very old beaver grew ill, very ill. She was not able to fix her den, nor to gather food. When the princess found out, she set about delivering meals to the beaver. She brought stews of corn and beans and baskets full of bark and twigs from the beaver's favorite aspen. One day, the wise princess noticed that the beaver's den had begun to fall apart. She set about fixing it, and though she was not as talented as the very old beaver, the fix kept the creature warm and dry. Thank you, said the very old beaver. Of course, said the princess. You helped me when the storm blew my house near to the ground. Thanks to you, I still have a home, and I am happy to do the same. The princess continued to nurse the old beaver until one day she came to the dam, and the forest was still. No birds sang, no branches rustled, no small thing skittered within the underbrush. Oh, said the princess, staring sadly at the dam, for she knew the old beaver had passed on. Fuck. Goodbye, my friend. That is how the very old beaver saved the big wooden house and how the wise princess repaid her kindness. Shit, that one actually hit me. Fuck. That might have been... That might have... If that wasn't the actual beaver... That might have been, the mom that passed on. Can't remember the dude's name, the uncle mom. Anyways, how many more of these do we got? This one looks short. I keep hitting index. And this one's not too bad. The princess's party. Once upon a time in a deep and ancient forest, the princess was melancholy because it was the 1 year anniversary of when she had run away from home. Sensing her sadness, her forest friends showed up at her door. They were headed by the pelican. Pious and attentive and organized by the moose, stalwart and far-sighted, the old bear was there with his claws so sharp, as well as the big frog prattling away. Even the haughty muskrat, who mostly came out at night, had come. The bear invited her to ride on his back, promising no wolf would harry her path, and then the animals led her to a fairy glen, where a fabulous party had been prepared. There was a buffet of seafood the pelican had served from her never-emptying beak. The air was filled with winking fairy lights. The moose had arranged after clouds filled the sky, and the gregarious frog mixed up fizzing drinks. Only the muskrat had done nothing in particular, mooching off everyone else's hard work. The princess had a very good time at her party, such a good time that she forgot to say thank you to any of her friends. Noticing this, the fairies devised a bit of mischief. When the princess went to open her gifts, she found 3 identical boxes at the edge of the glen. Puzzled, she turned back and gasped the entire party had vanished. Because you have taken your friends for granted, called the naughty fairies. We have hidden them from you. But we like games. Guess who has given you each of these presents, and you'll get your friends back. The princess opened the first box. Inside there was a torch, which, when lit, revealed the truth. Said the princess. Someone wants to make sure I don't get lost in the woods when it's dark, and that I always see right from wrong. Which of my friends would give me a gift like that? She opened the second box. Inside there was a magic sword. Which were, oh, this is probably what that puzzle was that we just skipped. Inside there was a magic wand which would leap right out of a bear's hands to defend them. Said the princess. Someone wants to make sure I'm protected if I'm ever under threat. Which one of my friends will give me a gift like that? She opened the third bag. Inside there was a bag of coins that always provided money if it was something the bear truly needed. Said the princess. Someone wants to make sure I have money to buy food when I am hungry and clothes when I'm cold. Which of my friends will give me a gift like that? The princess thought about her friends and then she smiled. Certainly. Fairy, she said, I may have been thoughtless, but I appreciate all that my friends have given me, and all they have done for me. She gave her answers, and the vexed fairies were forced to restore the party in a flash of colorful light. One by one, she gave the animals a hug and thanked them for their presence, the party, and all they had done to help since she moved into the forest. That is how the princess celebrated her first anniversary in the woods. So that was probably the door code for chapter 1. Oh, goodness. I'm going to need a break here soon. Let's get through one more. We can do 5 at a time. I feel like that. We'll do this one and then we'll skip to this one because my OCD is not going to do well if we have a second from the left. So we're going to read 2 more, and then I'm going to take a break. When we come back, I will continue with this. This way, again, if you're wanting to skip the story stuff, you can just skip, like, I guess an hour. Yeah. Okay. The Goblin in the Ice Cave. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, the crafty goblins were playing near the glacier when they discovered a hole in the ice. They crept through a gradually widening passage and found themselves inside a spacious ice cave. Light spilled down the undulating blue-white walls in a way that made them look like electric waterfalls, and a column made up of hundreds of icicles stood in the center. This was the time before the goblins had settled beneath the old wooden house, and they had nowhere to live. Perhaps we could live here, they said excitedly. Moments later, the sound of stomping feet interrupted their play, and they realized that perhaps someone already lived there. They hid behind a boulder to wait and see who was coming. The old bear sauntered into the cave, shaking powdery snow from his coat. He let out a giant yawn and lay down in the corner on a pile of tree boughs, snoring within seconds. When they were sure he was deep asleep, the goblins conspired to claim the cave for themselves. They chipped away at the glacier until they had filled a basket full of ice, then hid once more behind their boulder and started tossing chunks of it on the sleeping bear. Now, Old Bear was not the smartest creature in the forest, so when he woke up covered in ice, he roared, "My cave is collapsing." Then he lumbered to his feet and ran outside before the whole thing could come down on top of him. The goblins crept out after him and did a loop before coming back to find him sitting outside. "What happened?" they asked. "My cave is collapsing," bemoaned the old bear, "and it's time for me to hibernate. Where will I stay for the winter?" It had not occurred to the goblins that the old bear had settled in for the winter, and they felt a little bad, but they did not want the old bear to know that what they had done. So instead, they offered to help him find a new den. Together they searched. They inspected cavernous stone and hollowed trees and deeply pocketed knolls. Nothing they found was as beautiful as the ice cave, but the old bear settled on a packed earthen hollow that would keep him warm and dry for his long sleep. "Good night," he yawned, and the goblins gleefully returned to their new home. In the spring, the old bear woke and went for a nice long walk to stretch his legs. His path took him right up to his old cave where he had heard the curious sounds of laughter. Making his way inside, he was surprised to find that his cave was intact and the goblins were inside playing a game. "What is this?" growled the old bear. The goblins stopped playing and looked ashamed. "We're sorry, old bear," said the goblins, "but we had nowhere to live, and it's just so beautiful. We didn't realize you were about to hibernate, and then we couldn't bear to tell you what we had done." The old bear was angry at the trick, but the young goblins looked appropriately ashamed, and so he said, "Come with me." He led the crafty goblins to the hollow in which he had hibernated for the winter. You two can have this spot, he said. And look, someone had built a big wooden house right over top of it. No one lives there now, said Old Bear, but one day maybe someone will. The earthen hollow was not as beautiful as the ice cave, but it kept the goblins warm and dry, and they were excited that someday they might have someone living overhead, someone who baked cakes and tolerated their mischief. And that is the story of how the crafty goblins tried to steal the cave of the old bear and how they got their own instead. Goodness. See, this stuff doesn't look that long. Ah. 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 Do I just keep going? Do I just keep going? I just keep going. And I won't stop going. Did my spouse leave yet? Oh, yes, and they have come back. Okay. Well then. Yeah, let's do the original plan. I will read this one and then we will be back in a minute. The pelican helps her friends. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, an early winter storm blanketed everything in snow. It was so early in the year that the creatures of the forest were not yet ready for an ordinary winter, much less a bad one, and everyone agreed the storm was a sign the Ice King had plans for a long, cold winter. The princess had grown up in a kingdom where it was sunny all year long, and the goblins were very young, so no one in the big wooden house knew how to prepare for such a winter. The house was not yet well insulated, and they did not have enough fuel or food. Only the pious pelican noticed their plight, and when it came time to fly south with the other birds, her heart was heavy with sadness. What can I do? She thought. I'm a migratory bird, and if I were to stay, who would look after my flock? The time came to go, and the pelican struggled to take flight. It felt as though a leaden weight were stuck right in the center of her chest. What can I do? She thought. I'm a migratory bird, and if I were to stay, who would look after my flock? She managed to take off, but only just barely, flapping fiercely to catch up with the other birds. As the pious pelican began her journey, the storm picked up, battering her to and fro. She had fallen well behind the flock, and she was already growing tired, but for all her challenges in the air, she could tell things were much worse on the ground. A deep freeze had settled over the forest. The leaden weight in her chest grew heavier as she thought of the princess and the goblins. What can I do? She thought. I'm a migratory bird, and if I were to stay, who would look after my flock? The storm intensified, and the pelican was in a total whiteout. I'm gonna get this one done, and then we're good. The storm intensified, and the pelican was in a total whiteout. She knew should have despaired, but all she could feel was the weight, which had grown and grown until she thought she might drop out of the sky. Feel free to turn the light on. She had felt called to help the princess and the goblins, but she had ignored it. I should have stayed, she thought. It was the right thing to do, and now I'm lost, with no way to make it right. Suddenly, she was plucked from the sky and deposited in the hall of the Ice King. Pelican, he said, you were flying in circles around my mountain. I was lost, she said, weighted down by the weight of guilt in my heart. The Ice King stared at her sagely. Is it guilt or something else? Open your beak. He reached down inside her, pulling out a glowing stone. The pious pelican was surprised at how it filled her with warmth, chasing away cold and her doubt. You know what you must do, said the Ice King. Jesus Christ, this is one of the long ones. The pious pelican flew straight to the wooden house. Snow had already blown in through its many cracks, and ice crept across the floorboards. She found the princess and the goblins huddled in front of the quiet hearth, nearly frozen solid. No, she cried, and then she placed the stone in the princess's lap. The warmth of it spread through the whole of the house, melting all that had frozen. The princess threw her arms around the pelican's chest, and the goblins clung to her legs. Thank you, they cried. You're welcome, said the pelican, smiling in deep satisfaction. What is that? Asked the princess, staring at the wonderful stone. At first, said the pelican, I thought it was my guilt, but then But when the Ice King pulled it out of me, I realized it was something much more powerful. Just then, the storm broke and the skies cleared. The pelican filled the wooden house's larder with food from her beak. And then she took to the skies, lightened by the knowledge that through her charity, everyone in the big wooden house would be warm and fed until spring. That is the story of how the pious pelican saved the wise princess, the crafty goblins from the long winter. That is 7 down. We got 13 more to go when we are back in just a second.
Okay, it's been longer than a second for me. It's been like a week since I recorded last. I'm tired and I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm gonna do let's say two stories this recording session. But this is when I know that this is going to be at the end rather than at the beginning. So, how did you like the game? I don't know. I haven't played it yet. But let's get into it. The Princess and the Two Thieves. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. The house was built from the strong wood of the forest, and it kept the princess warm and safe. The princess was not a native of the forest, but she never spoke about where she had come from, for it made her cry. She did not have many friends, but that was how she liked it. The forest was big and deep, and many paths led to her house, but not many visitors passed by. Look, it is. Oh shit! It is 10:30 at night, and I wake up at like 5 a.m. typically. Anyways, not many visitors passed by. The princess was happy to be left alone in the big house in the deep forest. She knew that the forest would provide for her, but that its generosity had to be respected. So she only took what she needed, and for a long time, life was just fine for the princess in the big wooden house. One winter day, when snow blanketed the earth and ice bent the trees low, the wise princess realized that food was disappearing from her house. It was not much at first, only a few fruits and nuts, and eggs vanishing during the night. Maybe it's the birds, she said, or the mice. But for a time, the princess was okay with losing some food, for the winter was long and little creatures needed to eat too. But then small items started to disappear as well. Spoons and plates, forks and knives, and blankets. It was as if every time she was in one part of the house, something disappeared in another room. That can't be birds or mice, said the princess. I think I have a thief. So she went outside to look for traces in the snow and noises in the wind, but there was nothing to be found, nor to be heard. That's strange, said the princess. I've been paid to read before. I'm tired. Oh, God. Maybe the thief is hiding inside my house. For many days she hunted, looking behind the curtains and under the bed, in the attic and the chimney, behind the poles and under the carpets, but she found nothing. And as she searched, food kept on disappearing, night after night. "I'll make a cake," frowned the princess. "A big cake, with every egg and fruit and nut I still have, so that I only have one thing to keep my eyes on." She spent the whole day making the cake and using everything she had left. The cake she made was so big she could hardly carry it. "If I manage to protect the cake, I'll be able to survive the long winter," she said. So she added a lock to the oven, and she kept the big cake safe inside. But the next morning, the lock had been opened, and the cake had disappeared. At first, the princess cried because that cake was the last of her food until the snow melted. Then she noticed two trails of tiny feet in the spilled flour, and she followed the tracks to a hidden hatch in the floorboards. This is how the princess realized that two tiny thieves were living under the wooden house right below her feet. Next story. Princess makes new friends. Once upon a time, In an ancient and deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. She had been living alone just fine for a very long time, until the day she noticed food and small items were disappearing from her house. The thefts went on and on until the day her last cake, which had been made with the last of her eggs, the last of her fruit, the last of her nuts, and the last of her flour, well, that last cake was stolen too. And all she found at the scene of the crime were two trails of tiny feet in the spilled flour, leading to a hidden hatch in the floorboards. Princess did not try to open the hatch, nor did she try to break it. She was too tired and too hungry. All she could do was cry in silence, alone in a big wooden house hidden in the ancient and deep forest. Have I ever mentioned reading makes me tired, by the way? She cried for a long time until evening arrived, and then she cried some more. Suddenly, a tiny voice came from under the house. "What is that noise you make?" it asked. "We do not like it, not one bit. I'm crying because you two are mean to me, whoever you are. You stole all the food I had, and I will starve before the end of this long and cold winter." The hatch opened just a peep, revealing two frowning faces peering out from the darkness of their hideout. "But we are hungry too," said the second creature. "We have been hiding in this cave for a long time, and now the winter is upon us, and we need food." The princess dried her eyes and smiled at the two goblins. "If we were friends, we could share the cake you stole from me." The thieves spat and smirked. "A friend? What is that?" The princess frowned, for she realized that the two tiny thieves were as lonely as she was. A friend is someone you love and care for, someone you will never hurt. "We never hurt each other, and we care for each other," said the goblins at the same time. "Does that mean we are friends?" "Yes, that's exactly it." "And if we're friends, you would not hurt us?" "Of course not. Friends trust each other." Oof. The goblins shook their little heads. "We trust no one, for no one trusts us." Their words made the princess cry again, for now she understood that the two creatures were not only as lowly as she was here in the big wooden house, but they had been lonely since they were born. "You are making that noise again," frowned the goblins. "Please stop that, for it makes us feel unhappy. Are you a witch? Is this some sort of magic?" "It makes you unhappy because we are friends," said the princess. "Ugh, but we don't know you, and you're not like us. Sometimes friendship comes right away, even between people who are very different." "Does it mean we can't steal from you anymore?" "Yes, but that's what we do. We are the crafty goblins who live under your house." "Oh, then maybe we could arrange something." "Is that what friends do?" "Yes, I believe they do." And that is how the princess met the crafty goblins and how they became friends. Oh my goodness, what time it is? Okay. Let's do one more. Let's do one more, and then I'll do another recording session here soon. Okay, this is 5. Never mind. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do these last 3 at another time, and then we have 8 more on the other page. I think. I'm just too tired. But I got laundry to move, so I ain't going to bed just yet. But I think my neighbors are trying to sleep, so we'll be back in just a second. Okay. Get back into it. The Bear's Big Paws. The Bear's Big Paws. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, the old bear was looking for a snack when he spied a bee's nest in a hole high up a tree. The tree was dry and brittle, but the old bear was hungry, and so he made his way to the nest. But he tried to force it. Oh, wait. But when he got there, he found his giant paw couldn't fit into the hole. Determined, he tried to force it inside, but the effort caused the branch below him to snap. The old bear tumbled to the ground and landed with painful oomph. He lay there, stunned from the fall, when all of a sudden something bit him. The bite was followed by another, and another, and another. Carpenter ants were swarming up his legs. You see, they had been nesting in the branch, and they did not appreciate being forced from their home. The old bear howled and jumped to his feet to dance around as he swatted and snapped, but his big paws couldn't do much about the tiny ants. When he had finally managed to squish or scare them all off, the old bear heard someone laughing. The crafty goblins had seen the whole thing. "Clumsy old bear," they teased. "Those old paws aren't good at anything, are they?" Then they sped off, leaving Old Bear's pride hurting just as bad as his body. He lumbered through the forest, hungry and sad. "Maybe I am a clumsy old bear," he moaned, "and my big old paws aren't good at anything." At that moment the old bear heard a sad, sad noise. "What's that?" he wondered, and he followed the sound to where a mountain goat stood atop a boulder high up a hillside. "Old bear," she cried. "Old bear, please help. My kid is stuck." Sure enough, a tiny mountain goat was trapped inside the stones, bleating sadly. The old bear began to walk toward them, and then stopped. "I'm probably just gonna make it worse," he thought. But then the goat kid started to bleat even louder, and the old bear put away his fear. He climbed up to where the goat was trapped, careful of where he stepped, and trying not to think of how he had just fallen out of a tree. How he had only just fallen out of a tree. Every now and then the ground would slide away from under his feet, but he kept going. When he reached the goat kid, he put his mighty paws against one of the boulders and began to push. At first it didn't budge, but he dug in and pushed even harder. Finally, the boulders parted just wide enough to let the kid scramble to safety. The old bear released the boulder and let out a roar of triumph. Roar! "Thank you," gushed the mama goat, and she and her kid bounded off up the mountain. The old bear watched them go with a smile, and then made his way back down the hillside, wiggling his rump in triumph as he went. To his surprise, the crafty goblins waited at the bottom of the hill. "We saw the whole thing," they said. "We were wrong. You aren't just a clumsy old bear, and your paws are good for helping others." The old bear forgave the goblins for doubting him, because he had doubted himself just as much. He never again thought his paws weren't good at anything, even though sometimes they weren't always great at everything. And that's how the old bear proved that his heart was bigger than his paws. The Moon Hag loses her name. Once upon a time, in a deep and cold lake in an ancient forest, there lived an old seal who was a powerful witch in disguise. She was mean and cruel. She liked nothing more than to swim in the deepest part of the lake, where the light was dim under the ice, admiring the corpses of the many victims she tricked into the water over the years. She was so hateful that only the cold water of the lake could keep her cool. Her most prized possession was a tin mirror sold to her by the secret keeper, and she kept it in a chest at the bottom of the lake. It was no ordinary mirror. If you looked in it, you would see a reflection of who you truly desired to be. For 1 hour, the mirror granted you the power to appear as that person. Where is this mirror? How do you get mirror? Whenever a boat or an unwise traveler approached the edge of the lake, the old witch used the mirror to appear as the beautiful woman she always wished to be. And with this disguise she lured the unfortunate sailor or wanderer into the deep and cold water. There the old seal forced the victim to become her servant, and when she was done with them, they joined her collection of corpses in the deepest part of the lake. One day, when the old seal swam down to her den under the lake, she discovered that someone had stolen her mirror. The chest where she kept her most prized possession had been forced open, and now it was empty. Who would have committed such a crime? Who had dared to deprive her of her only treasure? The old seal went mad, and her anger heated the water of the lake around her. For a time, everyone was happy with the temperature change, for the weather suddenly became sweeter and the air warmer. But after a few weeks, things started to get ugly. First, the fish began to die off, for they could not live in the hot water. Then the glaciers began to melt, and the water of the lake rose and spilled out, flooding the forest and the meadows, and finally the weather grew so hot that even the Ice King himself was awakened from his long sleep and decided to see what was going on. In the deepest part of the lake, he found the Mad Witch steaming among the corpses of her victims, so angry that the lake was about to boil. It looked It only took a few minutes for the Ice King to understand what had happened and demand that the thieves present themselves before him. The thieves had no choice but to appear, for no one dared disobey the Ice King. The crafty goblins presented themselves, mirror in hand. "Why did you steal the mirror?" asked the king. "We were curious. We just wanted to see what we really wanted to be," apologized the goblins. "But the stupid thing is broken. We looked the same." That does not mean it did not work," smiled the Ice King. "Now apologize to give the mirror to me, for it's too powerful to be used by thieves or a mean old hag." The goblins apologized and gave the mirror to the Ice King, but the old seal was still angry. "And what about me?" she asked. "I've been deprived of my treasure, and I demand compensation." The Ice King frowned as he spoke again. "Old hag, you are mean and cruel, but I concede you have been wronged. For now you will be allowed to leave the lake and walk the earth as the hag you really are, but only when the moon is full. And you, goblins, you had better stay away from the lake, or I won't protect you from the moon hag's wrath." And this is how the two goblins forced the moon hag to change her name. Alright. Final one for the first side. The goblins trick the Mad Hunter. Once upon a time, in a castle just beyond the ancient and deep forest, the Mad Hunter was punished by the Gold Lady for failing to return with the wise princess. "For your failure," said the Gold Lady, "I will take your left hand. You will return to the ancient in the deep forest. You will return to the ancient and deep forest and hunt the wise princess, and if you can bring her back, I will return your hand to you. Fail again, and I will take your right hand." The Mad Hunter could hunt with just his right hand, but if he lost both his hands, he would never be able to hunt again, and he would no longer be a Mad Hunter, but only a Mad Man. So the Mad Hunter returned to the ancient and deep forest, searching with his piercing eye for the wise princess. The crafty goblins were out searching for mischief when they saw the Mad Hunter on the prowl. "We cannot let him find the princess," said the goblins, and so they devised a plan. It was a wash day, and the princess had hung her beautiful gown out to dry. They stole it from the line and stuffed it full of straw, and then returned where the Mad Hunter was scouring the paths of the forest. As the Mad Hunter turned down a path that would have led him to the big wooden house, the goblins danced the straw princess in and out of view in the opposite direction. The ruse worked. The hunter fixed his piercing eye on them and followed. Through the day and into the night, they led him away from the true princess. As night fell, the crafty goblins realized the error in their plan. The Mad Hunter was now hunting them. If he caught them, he would not be kind. So they put their heads together to come up with a plan. It did not take them long to realize where they should go. They led the Mad Hunter to the edge of the deep and icy lake, and when he came into view, they weighed the fake princess down with stones and dropped her into the frigid water, careful not to plunge into the depths themselves, lest the moon hag take her revenge on them. The Mad Hunter removed his clothing and dove in after the fake princess. He followed the shape of the sinking princess deep into the chilly water, down below where the ice covered the lake's surface. Finally, he caught her, but when he spun her towards him, he realized she had no head and that her body was stuffed with straw. And then he felt a slippery fin brush his shoulder as the moon hag loomed overhead. The next morning, the princess went to retrieve her gown from the clothing line and found that it was gone. She immediately suspected the goblins of mischief and called, "Goblins, did you take my gown?" The goblins emerged from their cave and nodded sadly. "Now what will I wear?" asked the princess, sad and angry that she had lost her only dress. "Let us explain," said the goblins. So they told the princess the story of the Mad Hunter, and then they produced his clothing, which was a bit large for the princess, but much warmer than her beautiful gown. She immediately forgave them. "Thank you, my friends," she said, "for rescuing me and for this clothing, which will keep me much warmer in the winter than my beautiful gown." Mad Hunter was forced to remain below the lake with the moon hag, but she did not kill him, because even reduced to just one hand, he was too useful a servant. Lo, he plotted the day he would emerge, to once again hunt the wise princess and earn back his left hand. And that is the story of how the crafty goblins rescued the wise princess from the Mad Hunter. And then we did these two already. You still? You okay? I think my spouse is awake again. I really got to get through these, though, because I keep not beating the game because of this. So let's continue. Oh, hey, buddy. Hey, Two-Stew. Hi, son. Are you going to get cozy? Get cozy, son. I'm just reading. Yeah. Just reading, my boy. Listen to your mama read. Alright. The big frog is punished. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a big frog in a small pond. She was no ordinary frog, for she had been given the gift of speech when she saved the princess from the Mad Hunter. From the morning to the evening, she did everything the other frogs did, except that she knew how to speak. Everybody in the forest could hear her loud voice, and everybody was unhappy with that, because she never stopped babbling. She babbled about the too hot sun, and the too deep pond, and the rain to come, and all the delicious flies she had eaten. Across the forest all the creatures tolerated the endless noise until one day they could not deal with it any more. They asked the big frog to quiet down. "I can't," said the big frog. "This is what I do. Before the princess kissed me, I croaked all day long, and you all liked that I did. This is the same, except you can understand what I say, and now you find it irritating. But I can't change what I am, can I? Could you?" All the creatures agreed that she was right, and that it was rude of them to ask the big frog to stop doing what she had always done. So they returned to their own parts of the forest, and let the big frog do what frogs have always done, jumping and talking some more, about the too hot sun and the too deep pond and the rain to come and the delicious flies they have eaten. And for a time it was all right, but in the forest word travels fast, and everyone has a story to tell. The big frog, being who she was, gossiped and gossiped about everything she overheard. She told the bees that old bear had stolen their precious honey 2 years ago, and she told the beavers that the eagles had stolen their precious wood. She told the deer who had killed her fawn, and she told the spruce, and she told the tall spruce who had carved a cuss word into its bark. Once again, everyone in the forest asked the big frog to keep quiet. Now everyone had a grudge against everyone else. But once again the big frog would not listen. "When I was just a frog, you never paid attention to me, and nobody helped me when the Mad Hunter hunted me for sport. This is only a right for a wrong, and I won't stop talking." The fuss went on, and the noise was so loud that the Ice King himself awoke and decided to see what was going on. "Silence!" bellowed the king, and even the big frog stopped babbling. Once the forest was quiet again, the Ice King patiently listened to what each and every animal of the forest had to say until he finally made up his mind. "Big Frog, you have abused the gift of speech, for you have only used it to get revenge. Despite knowing that words can be hurtful, you threw them around without caution, and you caused too much trouble." The big frog opened her mouth to protest, but the Ice King raised his finger before she could say another word. "Since you received the gift of speech for a good deed, I would not dare to take it away from you. So here is your punishment. I will tell you the biggest of my secrets. It is a secret so powerful and so dangerous that it will frighten you. But if you ever reveal it to anyone," the Ice King bent down and whispered such potent words in the big frog's ear that the poor creature started to tremble. "Now go on with your business, all of you, and try not to forget what the big frog told you, for you and try to forget what the big frog told you, for you are all living in the forest, and you have nowhere else to go." And this is how the big frog irritated the Ice King and how she was punished. Ah, God. Alright, 7 más. 7 más. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Normal voice? Maybe. Drinking water. Alright. The goblin saved the old beaver. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, winter gave way to spring in a sudden burst of warm air that melted all the snow and all the ice all at once. The river swelled until it could no longer hold all the water in, and then it spilled out to create new rivers in places where no one was expecting them. The whole of the forest went into a panic, looking for shelter from the rising waters. The very old beaver had been working on her dam when one of those new rivers came rushing at her. She screeched and squealed, but whatever direction she ran, more water appeared. She was caught in the flooding, and though she had once been an excellent swimmer, age had taken its toll. And so the raging water carried her off at a speed she couldn't control. "Help!" she called. The crafty goblins had been running back to their cave under the big wooden house when they heard the beaver's cries. "We have to help the beaver," one goblin said. "You go one way and I'll go the other." They ran, keeping in touch with the gift of the voice. Finally, one of them spotted her twisting and tumbling in the river, but she was on the opposite side of the water, and the goblin could not reach her. "Brother!" the sister goblin called out through the gift of the voice. "I see her, but I can't get her. Maybe you can? I'll try." The goblin guided her brother so that he could hit the river in just the right spot to reach the beaver. The plan worked, and soon the second goblin appeared in just the right spot. "Beaver!" he shouted, holding out a branch. "Grab a hold of this." "Get a load of this." The beaver grabbed it, but in her panic she pulled the goblin in too. "No!" cried his sister. She ran as hard as her legs could, managing to outpace the river and get ahead of the beaver and her brother, searching for some means of getting them out. She spied a low-hanging branch. They'd zip it by it quickly, but if they were fast enough... "Brother!" cried out through the gift. "You're coming up on a low-hanging branch. You'll zip by it quickly, but if you're fast enough..." "Got it," said her brother, and then he said to the beaver, "Get ready to grab a hold of a low-hanging branch. We're going to zip by it quickly, but if we're fast enough..." Suddenly they were right in front of it and reached out, snagging hold. Though the water beat against them, trying to shake them loose, they pulled themselves along the branch back to dry land. When they were all safe, the very old beaver thanked the goblins. "But how?" she asked. "Did you know just where to find me?" And how did you know that Branch was coming? The goblins shared a secret smile. Just lucky, I guess, they said. That is how the goblins saved the very old beaver from the flooding river, and how she never knew how they did it. Okay, so if we read this one, then there's 5 left. I think that's good for a break for me. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's a lot, but let's get through it. The goblins irritate the Ice King. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient wood, the crafty goblins were getting into all kinds of trouble. They had woken up in a particularly mischievous mood that day, and there was not a single denizen of the ancient forest who they did not manage to pull a prank on. They left a mud pie in the princess's kitchen so that when she dug in, she got a big mouthful of dirt. They used paint to draw silly pictures all over Moose's antlers while he slept. They told the mangy muskrat that his coat had been returned to its former glory, which made him very sad when he rushed to the water's edge and found he was, in fact, still mangy. They stole branches from the very old beaver's dam in order to have a sword fight, and they filled the old bear's den with burrs. Every time they ran away in a fit of giggles, never stopping to consider whether their jokes had done any harm. They were on their way to fill the pelican's beak full of bubbles when they were hoisted into the air by their legs. Though they thrashed and shouted, they found themselves staring into the face of the Ice King. All morning, he said, I have been hearing complaints about you two. They're just pranks, said the goblins. No one has really been hurt. Oh, no? Asked the Ice King. He forced them to see how each of their victims of their pranks was doing. The princess had a stomachache from swallowing the mud. The moose's antlers itched terribly where the paint had touched them. The muskrat was crying, sad at being reminded what his vanity had cost him. The very old beaver's den was flooded. The old bear was trying to get the burrs out of his fur, but finding most of them hopelessly tangled. For your punishment, said the Ice King, you must help each of them undo the harm you caused. If you do a good enough job of this, there will be no further punishment. If you do not, you will have to give me your noses, so that you can no longer stick them into other people's business. Now the goblins liked their noses right where they were, in the middle of their faces, so they set about making things right. They baked a real pie for the princess and brewed her a tea that would settle her stomach. They scrubbed the moose's antlers clean, and they covered them in soothing mud. There. Brr. And they covered them in soothing mud. They sat by the river with the muskrat, listening as he talked in great detail about his old coat, and then they did their best to point out all of the things that were still handsome about him, like his proud whiskers and sparkling eyes. They let the very old bear rest while they repaired all the damage done to her den. Old beaver. They let the very old beaver rest while they repaired all the damage done to her den, and then finally they removed every burr from old bear's fur, even the ones that were hopelessly tangled. In the end, they came before the Ice King to see if they had done enough. The Ice King surveyed the forest and found that everyone seemed to be back to normal. What did you learn? Asked the Ice King. That our pranks can make people feel bad, said the goblins. The Ice King smiled and nodded. Yes, actions have consequences. In case you forget, I'm going to leave you with a reminder. Whenever one of your pranks is going to hurt someone, you are going to feel a little pit in your stomach. That will be your punishment and your warning. So every time after the goblins set out to do a prank that went a little too far, they felt a little pit in their stomachs, and they were forced to consider whether it was the right thing to do. And that is how the goblins irritated the Ice King, and how they were punished. Oh my goodness, when we get back, well, again, for you guys it's just a second, but when I get back, the pelican forgives the goblins. Pelicans forget. Just a second. All right, back into it. The pelican forgives the goblins. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, there lived a pair of crafty goblins in a cave below a wooden house. They lived with a wise princess who shared as much food with them as she was able, but it was never quite enough. This left the goblins hungry. Very hungry. Always hungry. One day, as they were while they were out foraging for food, I not diagnosed with dyslexia. Anyways, the pious pelican landed on a rock and dumped a smorgasbord from her beak, which the goblins knew was magic and never emptied. There were king crabs in red, blue, gold, and scarlet, veiny blue shrimp, pink-shelled scallops, oblong brown clams, purple spiny urchins, and even one prickly red sea cucumber. The food just kept coming. They watched as the pelican ate one clam and then took a nap. "Do you think she would mind if we took just a little?" asked one goblin to the other. "Her beak never empties. She won't possibly miss a couple of crabs," said the second, licking her lips. They were agreed, and so they crept over, filched some crabs, and ran. The goblins scarfed the crabs, but when they finished, they found that they were still hungry. "She won't miss a handful of shrimp," said one goblin to the other. The goblins scarfed the shrimp, but when they finished, they found they were still hungry. "Maybe also a few scallops," said one goblin to the other. The goblins scarfed the scallops, but when they were finished, they found that they were still hungry. So they went back for the clams, and then the urchins, and finally even the sea cucumber. Finally, they were not hungry, but there was also nothing left. Just then the pelican woke up. "What happened to my food?" she asked. Unable to lie about it, the goblins confessed their crime. The pelican was dismayed, but she was a charitable-hearted person, and she could tell the crafty goblins were growing little creatures. "Goblins," said the pious pelican, "I will share my food with you, but you must in return follow my example and be as generous with others as I am with you. Take that to heart, and I will have considered your debt paid." "But we have nothing to give," said the goblins. "You have your nimble hands and your crafty brains and your loving hearts," said the pelican. The crafty goblins realized how much they had to give, and for the rest of the day, they looked for ways to help the other creatures of the forest. They found the stalwart moose struggling with an itchy, hard-to-reach spot on his back, and so they climbed up and gave it a good scratching. Next, they helped the old bear who could not get the honey out of a narrow beehive. They climbed up to the top of the tree with the hive and then dropped it, cracking it open. Finally, they found the princess crying over a loss she would not speak about, so they wrapped her little arms around her. They wrapped their little arms around her in a great big hug and stayed until she felt better. When they were done, they returned to the pious pelican. "Did it feel good being as generous as I am?" asked the pelican. "It did," said the goblins. "I'm glad," said the pelican. "We all have problems that we can't solve on our own, but if everyone goes about with generosity in their hearts, then there is always someone on hand to help. But we must all commit to do so, or there may be no one there to help you when you need it." This made sense to the goblins, and they thanked the pious pelican for her food and the lesson. Of course, by this time they were hungry again, and that remained an ongoing problem until the day the stalwart moose taught them to fish. But that is another story. And that is how the pious pelican forgave the crafty goblins and how she taught them charity. Whew, okay. The goblins meet the ice troll. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, the crafty goblins were awake long after they should have been asleep. One goblin said to the other, "Let's go explore the forest." Now, the goblins were not in the habit of exploring the forest late at night, and they did not know what they would find, but this did not scare them off. They crept out of their beds, bundled up, and went exploring. It was dark. The light of the moon was just enough to keep them from walking into trees, but they could not see more than 15 feet in front of them. Every time a twig snapped or a branches rattled, they considered turning back, but they didn't, and so they had ventured far beyond the house into a part of the forest they were not familiar with. When they realized the snapping of twigs and the rattling of branches had become steady, something was following them. They turned to run, but a hulking figure emerged from the darkness, sweeping them up with a giant hand and stuffing them into a burlap sack. The goblins wiggled and cried out, but the sack remained shut as their captors stomped through the forest, singing, "Whittle-dee, whittle-dee," Jesus Christ, "Whittle-diddle-dum, whittle-diddle-dee, in this bag's a meal for me." After a lot of thumping and thudding, the bag opened and the goblins were dumped into a giant iron pot full of warming water. A huge troll stood overhead, grinning down at them through long, bushy, white eyebrows. "I am the ice troll, and you are my dinner," he readied to cook the goblins, singing "Whittle-diddle-dum, dum-dee-dee. There's soon to be a soup for me." Finishing his ditty, he bent over to stoke the fire beneath the pot. Jesus Christ! He bent over to stoke the fire beneath the pot and let out a loud noise of pain, rubbing a spot on his back that always ached. The troll stood painfully and walked over to a stone shelf where he began to chop potatoes. One of the goblins had an idea. She whispered to her brother, "Follow my lead." The goblins stretched out in the water, floating and letting out sighs of contentment. "Ah," said one of the goblins, "this is the most relaxing. This is fucking Christ, I can't read today. This is the most relaxed I've ever been. My body feels so good. I think I could run 100 miles without stopping," said the second. The troll peered at them. They weren't supposed to be happy about about being in the cook pot, but they certainly looked like they were. "Oh," said the goblins, "if your back's hurting, you should try sitting in the water, just for a little bit, before it gets too hot." The troll stomped over. "But if I take you out, then you will escape, and there will be no soup for me." "Put us back in the sack," suggested the goblins. "Then we can't run away." This made sense to the troll. The spot on his back that always ached was still bothering him, and the goblins couldn't go anywhere if they were trapped. So he stuffed. Where's my pillow? Where's my extra pillow? Hello. Don't ask. So he stuffed the goblins back in the sack and climbed into the soup pot. He stretched out and let out a sigh of contentment. Meanwhile, the goblins threw themselves around in the sack until it began to swing. The troll was so relaxed he didn't even notice. A bag dropped onto the shelf where the troll had been chopping potatoes, and the goblins pushed it up against the edge of the troll's knife, sawing a hole. Then they made a break for it. The troll finally noticed what they were doing and roared out of anger. But he was so relaxed that when he tried to chase them, he tumbled out of the cookpot and into the flames, catching his bushy eyebrows on fire. The goblins ran and ran and ran as fast as they could through the ancient and deep forest until they were back in their cave and safe in their beds. They vowed never to venture out in the ancient and deep forest late at night again, for they did not think they'd get so lucky as to trick the ice troll twice. That is the story of how the crafty goblins met the ice troll and why they never did again. 3 more. The goblins tricked the muskrat. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient wood, there lived a muskrat. The muskrat was a lazy, cowardly creature who did little but lay around in the sun, cleaning his beautiful coat until it shone. One day, the muskrat found the crafty goblins playing King of the Mountain on his favorite rock. He was too cowardly to confront them directly, so he retreated to a safe distance and then pitched a stone right at the hornet's nest hanging overhead. One of the goblins saw him do it, but before she could say anything, the hornets emerged, furious, and chased the goblins away. Stinging them with the rock. Oh, chased them away, stinging them. With the rock empty, the muskrat claimed his spot. When the goblins returned, they asked the muskrat, "Why did you do that?" "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, turning away to ignore them. The goblins knew that the muskrat cared for nothing but his coat, so they advised to steal it in order to teach him a lesson. As the muskrat lay in the sun, he spied the goblins strutting by. Their skin was covered in flecks of gold. "Goblins!" called the muskrat. What happened to make your skin shine that way? When we were attacked by the hornets, we ran and ran until we found a pool by the glacier. We dove in and came out this way, and then came out this way. Would you show me this pool? Asked the muskrat. Crafty goblins led the muskrat to a pool. The muskrat looked at the pool skeptically. It looks like a pool, he said. Goblins chuckled and shrugged. You don't have to jump in if you don't want to, but what do you lose if you try? If it works, why, you will be the most beautiful creature in the whole of the forest. Visions of his splendid coat in mind, the muskrat jumped in. When he emerged, he was disappointed to find that nothing had changed. Said one goblin. Maybe you have to be stung by the hornets first, just like us. Muskrat hesitated because getting stung would be painful. Seeing his hesitation, the goblin said, "If it works, you'll be the most beautiful creature. You will be the most beautiful creature in the whole of the forest." Muskrat decided it was worth it. He returned to the hornet's nest and pitched a stone at it. Hornets emerged, even more furious this time. He chased the muskrat, stinging him repeatedly until he jumped into the magic pool. The muskrat was disappointed to find that, once again, nothing had changed. I wonder if the magic only works for us, said one of the goblins. Would you like me to jump in with your coat? The muskrat hesitated. If it works, you would be the most beautiful creature in the whole of the forest. With visions of his splendid coat in mind, the muskrat agreed. He slipped it off and handed it to the goblins. Without his coat, the muskrat was pale and covered in scabbing welts. Instead of jumping in the pool, one of the goblins ran away with the coat, laughing. The other pushed Muskrat into the frigid pool, and as water splashed the goblin, the gold the gold flecks ran, revealing that they had only ever been painted on. The muskrat cried so pitifully and made such a clamor that he awoke the Ice King. He came down to the forest to see what happened. When the Ice King saw the muskrat, he laughed, only further infuriating the creature. Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened, said the Ice King. But the muskrat and the goblins told their sides of the story, and the Ice King considered the case before him. It is true that the muskrat is vain, and he thinks of nothing but himself, concluded the Ice King. But he needs something to keep him warm in the winter and the snow. The Ice King was decided. The muskrat would get his coat back, but it would be patchy and unkempt. After that day, he became known as the mangy muskrat. That's how the goblins tricked the muskrat into giving up his coat and how he got his name. See, some of the stories are like out of order. Because I would assume you read from left to right. But if you had to, because it would go, you meet the goblins, and the goblins do the cake thing, and then there's like 3 stories back to back that are in order. But then, I don't know. I guess those are prequels. We got 2 more to go. Let's get them done. The moose teaches the goblins. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, crafty goblins were hungry. This wasn't unusual. The goblins were always hungry, but today they were particularly hungry. They opened the wise princess's cupboards to look for a snack, but all she had was a small pile of nuts and berries, and just one strip of dried fish. The goblins grabbed it all and gobbled it up, but they were still hungry. They went out into the woods to look for more to eat. First they dropped by the small pond. The big frog was asleep, and beside the pond was a pile of insects she had caught for eating after she woke up. The goblins crept up to the pile, careful not to wake the big frog. As they got close, she ribbited loudly, and they froze. But the big frog kept sleeping. So they grabbed up the pile of insects and gobbled it up, but they were still hungry. As they crept back into the woods, they found the stalwart moose watching them. Did you just steal the big frog's food? The goblins tried not to look guilty, but failed. She said we could have them, they cried. Oh, really? Asked the moose. Let's ask her. So Moose woke up Big Frog and asked, Did you say the goblins could have your food? Big Frog looked at the goblins, who she knew were always hungry, and nodded. Yes, I did. Really? Asked the moose, surprised. Frog nodded and the moose sighed. All right then, he said, and he had to let the goblins go. Their next stop was the river. They watched as the old bear swiped at a leaping salmon, catching it deftly in his large paws. He lay it upon a rock and left it to dry, lumbering into the woods to seek out some berries. The crafty goblins crept up to the rock carefully in case Old Bear returned. They reached the rocks, grabbed the salmon, and gobbled it all up, but they were still hungry. As they crept back into the woods, the stalwart moose once again waited for them. Are you gonna tell me Old Bear said you could have that? Yes, replied the goblins. Old Bear ambled up at the moment, and Old Bear ambled up at the moment, and Moose asked him, "Did you leave that fish for the goblins?" Old Bear looked at the goblins, who he knew were always hungry, and nodded. "I did," he said. "Really?" asked the Moose. "Really," said Old Bear. After Moose left, Old Bear said to the goblins, "Be sure to tell the princess I was kind to you, and don't steal my fish again." The goblins, still hungry, went out looking for one more meal. They crept up to the mangy muskrat's lodge and began to climb inside when they were dragged right back out. Stalwart Moose dangled them by the seat of their Jesus Christ, dangled them by the seats of their pants and said, "Now, I know Mangy Muskrat didn't tell you that you could eat his food because he blames you for his coat being ruined. Besides, he barely has enough for himself and doesn't share with anyone." Goblins began to protest, but he shook his head. He set the goblins down and said, "Come with me." Goblins followed the stalwart moose to a part of the river where it ran slow enough for them to walk into it safely. He gave them each a fishing line and said, "I'm going to teach you how to fish, so when you are hungry, you do not need to steal from the animals of the forest. It will be hard work, but it will be honest." Crafty goblins were not against working hard. They were just hungry, and so they listened to Moose and soon pulled wiggling fish. Jesus Christ. And soon pulled wiggling fish out of the river. They ate them up, and finally they were no longer hungry. That's how the stalwart moose came to teach the crafty goblins to fish. One more story. Let's get it done. Holy shit, I'm ready to not read these anymore. Even though I might for a puzzle. Oh god, okay. The Mad Hunter gets his hand back. Once upon a time, in a deep and cold lake near the ancient forest, there lived an old seal who was a powerful witch. After angering the Ice King, she had been bound to the lake, allowed only to venture out when the moon was full, and only looking like the hag she truly was. For years she dreamed of vengeance, all alone within the deep lake, among the corpses of her many previous victims. One night she awoke to see a black and hooded silhouette clawing to reach a beautiful gown full of stone. Thought it was full of straw. The human had delved far deeper into the lake than any land dweller should have been able to go. His tenacity and furiousness impressed the moon hag, and she decided he would be wasted in her statuary of corpses. She used her magic to enspell him, allowing him to breathe underwater, but also binding him to her service. "You," she said, "will be the instrument of my release and my revenge, for you and I together will kill the Ice King." The moon hag had never heard of the Mad Hunter, and she did not know the power he wielded. She could only tell he was a hunter. She could only tell he was a hunter, and her lust for revenge blinded her to the threat he posed. She gifted him a hand of ice, which was not as nimble as the hand of flesh, but allowed him to serve her better than no hand at all. The moon hag spent years devising the perfect plan to kill the Ice King, and years more moving all the pieces into place to execute it. In the meantime, the Mad Hunter served her, guarding her chest of treasures and plotting his own plots. Finally, everything was prepared. The full moon rose, and the moon hag stepped on land, giddy at the thought she would never have to leave again if it did not please her. She brought the Mad Hunter to his post, a jagged peak of ice and stone from which he would loose the arrow that would slay the Ice King. Before she could go, he put forward a proposal. "Moon hag," said the Mad Hunter, If you grow back my missing hand, I would be certain to hit the Ice King with my arrow. We will have only one shot, and I would hate to miss. You are a powerful witch, so you'll be able to craft ties to bind me to this place that I cannot break. Moon had considered it. All right, I will grow back your hand, and then bind you here with ties that will not break. She cast a spell, and the Mad Hunter's hand of ice was replaced with a hand of flesh. As the witch left to complete the next part of her plan, the Mad Hunter grinned wickedly in the moonlight. After a short time, the moon hag returned, luring the Ice King into the Mad Hunter's line of sight. What is this about, moon hag? Asked the Ice King. Many a long, many a long year have you bound me to that lake, said the moon hag. Many a long year have I been alone in the dark. That ends tonight. She cast a powerful spell that made the Ice King slow to react, and then gave the signal. Mad Hunter, she cried, let your arrow fly. Nothing happened. She twitched nervously. Mad Hunter, she growled, let your arrow fly. Still nothing happened. The Ice King meanwhile was striding towards her, slow but furious. The Mad Hag fled, running first to the jagged peak of ice and stone where her servant would have been rated, but the peak was empty. The ties had been broken, and the Mad Hunter was gone, for in the end he was the more powerful of the two, especially once he had two hands. When the Ice King finally caught the hag, his furious voice could be heard throughout the forest. That's a typo. For your wickedness, you will be eternally bound to the lake. You will no longer be allowed to leave, not even under a full moon. The moon hag was imprisoned in the lake. She never again tried to escape. This is how the Mad Hunter escaped the moon hag, and how he got his left hand back. I need to see if that typo is in the ice cream. His friend could he heard throughout the lake. Yeah, no, the typo's still there. Huh. Okay. Well, that's all the freaking stories. I think I'm going to have one more bit after this to go through the last 5 collectibles, because we went through the rest of them. But after that, this ending part should be done, or that will be before this. I don't know. I'm in pre-editing time. Anyways, I guess stay tuned for the final bit. And thank you for listening to the readings. All right. That was our full playthrough of Tell Me Why, including this part, which was chapter 3. Long video, apologies for that. Also, everything was recorded out of order, as I mentioned before we did the reading stuff, but I know during the reading stuff I was like, oh, we'll do the collectibles after. And then we ended up doing them before. It's a whole thing. But I just wanted to say thank you all so much for watching. Let me know if you enjoyed this kind of game and if you enjoyed this kind of recording rather than a live stream. And in the meantime, again, thank you for watching, and I'll see you all next time.